not enough, and as a group that strives to imagine an anti-colonial, anti-racist future for museums. Oh, just kidding, I'm being told that the audio is not on. I'm waiting for...
Sorry.
Is it fixed? Oh, okay, good. Let me start that again in case people didn't hear. We're going to be delivering a land acknowledgement, once again provided for us by the Executive Director of the American Indian Center of Chicago, Heather Miller, who graciously lent us her time in our previous iteration to deliver it. And we are using a template that she provided for us, and we're giving our own little spin on it. So we're a group that strives to imagine an anti-colonial, anti-racist future for museums, and we're dedicated to centering Indigenous ways of knowing in each aspect of our work. In recent years, it's become a trend to acknowledge the traditional homelands of Indigenous peoples of a particular area through a land acknowledgement. This type of activity is designed to bring more awareness and understanding of the history of Indigenous peoples and their territories. This acknowledgement demonstrates a commitment to the beginning of the process, to working to dismantle the ongoing legacies of settler colonialism and genocide. As the following land acknowledgement is read, I really urge you to dig deeper and challenge your own thinking. Find information about the tribes that call your area home. Read a book by a Native author, watch a Native film or documentary, or make a donation to a Native serving organization in your area. We also highly suggest donating any amount that you can to the American Indian Center here in Chicago, and you can find that information on our Twitter. So here's our land acknowledgement. Chicago is the traditional homeland of the Council of the Three Fires, the Odawa, Ojibwe, and Potawatomi nations. Many other tribes, like the Miami, Ho-Chunk, Menominee, Sac, and Fox, also call this area home. Located at the intersection of several great waterways, the land naturally became a site of travel and healing for many tribes. American Indians continue to call this area home, and now Chicago is home to the 6th largest urban American Indian community that still practices their heritage and traditions and care for the land and waterways. Today, Chicago continues to be a place that many people from diverse backgrounds continue to live and gather here. Despite the many changes that the city has experienced, we as inhabitants of the city see the importance of the land and this place that has always been a city home to many diverse backgrounds and perspectives. So first off, we are so honored to welcome our first presentation, which is going to be delivered by ICP Center Blackness Now. I'll tell you a little bit about them, and then we'll go right into it. The title of their talk is Confronting Anti-Blackness at the International Center of Photography. ICP Center Blackness Now is a collective effort to hold the International Center of Photography and its institutional stakeholders accountable for racist incompetence in action and persistent disregard for Black life culturally, academically, professionally, and materially. As the world's leading institution on photography, ICP has not lived up to its responsibility in developing and institutionalizing an ethical framework that centers Black life behind and in front of the camera. I'm really honored to welcome ICP Center Blackness Now.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Hey everybody, welcome. I'm just gonna go ahead and start in right now on our presentation for you, Confronting Anti-Blackness at the International Center of Photography. Let me just share my screen. Oops, hold on, present, entire screen. I think this should work. Let me know if it's not working. Okay. Welcome to our presentation, Confronting Anti-Blackness at the International Center of Photography. First of all, I wanted to start off by thanking Emma, Rose, and June so much for organizing this lecture series and for Death to Museums for helping to imagine alternate futures for the museum and art worlds at large. My name is Noah E. Morrison. I am a photographer, culture worker, former student, and minimum wage employee of the International Center of Photography and co-founder of ICP Center Blackness Now. We are a group that seeks to radically change the pervasive culture of anti-blackness at the International Center of Photography. So without further ado, here's our presentation. So I wanted to start off giving a little background on ICP, the International Center of Photography, popularly known as ICP. So ICP is a school, museum, and archive. And just in this last January, the school and museum moved from Midtown Manhattan to the Lower East Side into one new building. And the archive is located in Jersey City at Mana Contemporary, which is another art space there. So the school is comprised of full-time programs, part-time programs, continuing education, and community programs. And the full-time programs include an MFA in collaboration with Bard College and 3 separate one-year certificate programs, including the documentary practice and visual journalism program, which we'll go into a little bit more later. The focuses of the full-time and part-time programs are international and collaborative. And while the student population is international, the school obviously operates in an American context, and in particular in a context in New York. And many students in the full-time and part-time programs who are international do base their work in their photography, visual artwork in communities in New York, and often in communities of color in New York. And just a general note, this talk is actually going to be largely focusing on the School of the International Center of Photography, which is currently the main focus of ICP Center Blackness Now's organizing efforts. However, of course, there are critical overlaps in function between the museum and the school that we'll go into. So moving on, I wanted to read you all the ICP's mission statement from their website. It says, the International Center of Photography is the world's leading institution dedicated to photography and visual culture. Cornel Kappa founded ICP in 1974 to champion concerned photography, socially and politically minded images that can educate and change the world. Through our exhibitions, education programs, community outreach, and public programs, ICP offers an open forum for dialogue about the power of the image. Okay, there's that. And moving on, I wanted to get a little bit into the history of the project. So the impetus for all this began at Noah E. Marsden, which is my personal Instagram account, and it began as hashtag ICPUnconcerned. So basically, ICP is doing this large hashtag campaign, even still currently called hashtag ICPConcerned, and they're even culling some images from that hashtag on Instagram, and they have an exhibit going right now based on that. I thought that hashtag ICPConcerned at the time was deeply performative, as I was seeing that they were not truly concerned with Black people's well-being in a moment of uprising. So I thought to create hashtag ICPUnconcerned. And part of the reason that I thought this was performative was the fact that I was interacting with and confronting some non-Black students in the one-year certificate documentary photojournalism program on Instagram who had been covering the uprisings in May and June and posting images online of mostly Black protesters without blurring their distinguishing features or otherwise protecting their identities, exposing them to targeting from state agents. And that's just one thing among many that I was encountering while interacting with these students. They were also using the protests, in my mind, to bolster their own images uncritically without understanding the harm that sharing these images on their social media platforms might have had to the Black protesters' lives. And many of these students had tens of thousands of followers, so they had large accounts. And it just seemed that they didn't understand what was potentially at stake in sharing these images uncritically. And also in asking them to be critical and supportive of Black life in a moment of deep reckoning with state violence against Black people. I was called a troll, I was blocked, I was ignored, and critical comments were also deleted by the students. So after a while of dealing with students on Instagram, I decided, I should take this up with the school, right? This is the structure that they're in right now. So I spearheaded an email campaign directed at Karen Marshall, who was the head of the documentary photojournalism program, informing her of the dangers of sharing protest imagery of Black subjects in particular on social media. I also drafted an open letter, which was signed by nearly 150 community members to the director of ICP, Mark Lubell, the head of education, Per Gilf, and Karen Marshall as well. And when these concerns were brought to the head of the documentary photojournalism program, they were met with silence. And over on the right side of of this slide, I have an image from one of the students. We just went ahead and blurred this ourselves, but but this is one of the images that was shared on May 30th, 2020. It's an image of protesters confronting a police officer at Barclays Center in downtown Brooklyn. Moving on. So on these demands were part of our open letter. So we released 5 demands. I released 5 demands on June 5th, 2020 as a response to the negligence and inaction of ICP leadership, including the department chair and the students who were contacted. And these were the 5 demands that were released. The first was to mandate students remove all online photos of protesters showing distinguishing features immediately. The second was to publish on all platforms an institutional ethical framework for photojournalism informed by Black Lives Matter cultural competency protocols I provided by Monday morning, June 8th. The third was to identify a framework for disciplining students who refuse to take down posts that place Black, Brown, and/or Indigenous people at risk. The fourth was commit to making critical race studies a learning requirement for all students at ICP. And the fifth was to commit to having Black people make up at least 30% of your board, student body, faculty, and staff within a 2-year time frame. And so moving on, ICP Center Blackness now grew out of a need for help and solidarity with this work. And over here on the right side is a post that I made. It was the last post that I made when I was working by myself as a call for help. I intended this to be a call for help and a call for community building as well. So we are currently a Black-led group of ICP community members with a diversity of experience at the institution, full-time and part-time staff, adjunct faculty, students, and museum workers. So the call for help actually worked very well. Now, moving on. So these are the current aims of our project. Accelerate the institution's willingness to implement structural change. Our demands, alongside collaborative work with stakeholders within ICP, reflect our priorities for the institution's progress. The second is to educate the public on issues of contemporary digital practice and visual and algorithmic justice, including how anti-Blackness manifests in photography and arts institutions throughout the United States. And the third is to continue to foster relationships between and among Black alumni, staff, faculty, and students at ICP. All right, moving on, let's get into kind of the meat of this presentation. I wanted to start off by giving a definition that I thought was really good that I found online for anti-Blackness. I found this at racialequitytools.org, and I think on their website they said it came originally from the Movement for Black Lives. So it says, quote, "The Council for Democratizing Education defines anti-Blackness as being a 2-part formulation that both voids Blackness of value while systematically marginalizing Black people and their issues. The first form of anti-Blackness is overt racism. Beneath this anti-Black racism is the covert, structural, and systemic racism, which categorically predetermines the socioeconomic status of Blacks in this country. The structure is held in place by anti-Black policies, institutions, and ideologies. The second form of anti-Blackness is the unethical disregard for anti-Black institutions and policies. This disregard is the product of class, race, and/or gender privilege, among others, certain individuals experience due to anti-Black institutions and policies. This form of anti-Blackness is protected by the first form of overt racism." So basically, there's structural anti-Black racism, which is enacted on individual and institutional levels. And then there's the disregard for the policies enacted by these institutions, which can be a product of various societal privileges. So moving on. And before we kind of go into how we're confronting anti-Blackness at ICP, I wanted to preface the discussion with a brief overview of anti-Blackness in photography in general. And I know this is like a whole presentation in itself, but I wanted to provide a couple of popular examples so that people can acquaint themselves with some of the history that we are trying to confront and deal with. So on the left here is a Shirley card. There is an image of a white woman with shoulder-length hair wearing 3 strings of pearls and a white or pearl-colored dress that hangs off of her shoulders. And then that takes up about half of the image. And then to the right side of that, or that takes up half the card, to the right side of that, there is a gradient of gray to brown. And then underneath the image of the woman, there is color blocks of varying shapes. So the Shirley cards were actually used from the 1940s through the 1990s in order to calibrate skin color to make prints for negatives. They were put out by Kodak, which had a monopoly on the film industry for a long time in the United States. The image of quote unquote Shirley was taken to be the standard for imaging skin color, and as a result, prints of certain images would render darker or differently shaded skin tones incorrectly. The racial bias during the beginnings of popular color photography was baked into the chemistry, literally. It actually took complaints from chocolate and furniture manufacturers to begin to change the cards in the 70s when multiracial cards began to become used more. But actually, this change didn't fully go into effect until the 90s and early 2000s, around the time that film was actually losing favor to digital. The legacy of the Shirley card is situated in a legacy of imaging whiteness as normal, a practice which still continues if you consider the biases of algorithms used by a wide range of practitioners, from Instagram filters to police. And also, as an aside, there's a really great article on Shirley cards by Professor Sarah Lewis in the New York Times for anyone who wants to do additional research. Moving on to the image on the right side, this is an image of Edward Crawford Jr. from the Ferguson uprisings in 2014, taken by the photojournalist Robert Cohen. In the image, there's a black man with long dreads over his face and behind his head, an American flag t-shirt on, wearing long pants, holding what looks to be a bag of chips or something. And behind him is the plume of smoke coming from a tear gas canister. He's throwing it off to the right side of the image, and there's a few people behind him in the image as well. So the image was, as I said, taken by a white photojournalist for the Associated Press during the Ferguson uprisings in 2014 as a response to the death of Michael Brown. In 2017, Edward Crawford Jr. died of a gunshot wound in the back of a moving car under mysterious circumstances. The police and coroner ruled it a suicide, but his father said it couldn't have been. Crawford is at the center of debates on imaging blackness and protest, and what care for black people looks like for photojournalists and the photojournalism industry. This image went on to win the Pulitzer Prize for photojournalism that year, but Crawford ended up dead in the back of a moving vehicle. Anti-blackness can be seen in the vulturistic practices of the photojournalism industry and photojournalists when portraying black people in vulnerable situations without considering their own capacity for harm. So those are just two examples. Moving on. And continuing the thought from the image of Edward Crawford Jr. on the surveillance of black subjects and imagery in America, we made a post in July about surveillance, photography, and anti-blackness and shared it on our social media channels. And I'll go ahead and read these two slides from the post aloud. So it says, on surveillance, photography, and anti-blackness. ICP Center Blackness Now's demands clearly call for a re-examination of the relationship photographers and photojournalists have with the anti-black surveillance state, particularly concerning protest photography. The modern-day surveillance state and the facial recognition technology it employs are directly connected to the persecution of protesters. These tools also have histories that run adjacent to photography's history as a tool for violence towards black subjects. And that was our first slide. And then we went into a long discussion of the history of surveillance, imaging, and blackness. And then I'm just going to read the conclusion slide. Surveillance, facial recognition, and the criminalization of black subjects at the expense of black liberation have always been linked in America. The state's use of this technology and the recent uprisings is merely a continuation of lantern laws, a continuation of eugenics, lynching postcards, pictorial statistics, a continuation of phrenology and race science. And all of these we explain in the middle, and you're welcome to look at the post as well on our Instagram. Priya Prabhakar writes, if facial recognition is rooted in a system of carcerality, we cannot rely on these forms of technology to liberate us, even if they are quote unquote reformed. We don't need technology that expands the police state. We need abolition. So, of course, anti-black surveillance is just one aspect of how anti-blackness intersects with photography, and we hope to continue to make posts like these that provide information on similar issues. Of course, we do this knowing that ICP is not providing this information to its students or to the public on its platforms. Moving on. Let's get into how anti-blackness directly manifests at ICP school by talking about education and curriculum at large. First of all, ICP has no accountability structure for reporting incidents of racism. There's no dedicated person to go to report incidents of racism at ICP. And it's also worth noting that we've heard that this is the first year that ICP's incoming students will be receiving a cultural orientation. ICP repeatedly focuses on quote unquote DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. at the expense of a deep reckoning with anti-Black racism at a curricular level and at an institutional level. And also, DEI has been used as shorthand without quite explaining its meaning in interactions that we've had and that people that we've talked to have had with ICP stakeholders. And it's always worth asking what diversity, equity, and inclusion means specifically, of course. ICP burdens its staff of color with work that is in support of DEI on both the museum and school side without extra pay. So the Equity Working Group is a staff-led program fighting for a more equitable workplace within ICP. It's founded and run by staff of color, majority. They're often saddled with doing a lot of the work that we think ICP should be doing regarding confronting internal racism or racial biases inside the institution, leading discussions, etc. And they do this without extra pay. There needs to be a dedicated person or department getting paid to do DEI work at ICP. Moving on, we asked the question, does ICP give Black students and other students of color the opportunity to learn about their own histories of photography? Repeatedly, we have heard this is not the case. Repeatedly, we have heard ICP faculty rarely will include Black photographers in curricula. Repeatedly, we have heard that ICP has not fostered an environment where care for Black life is paramount and has allowed racism among students and faculty to fester. Repeatedly, we have been told that faculty racism is overlooked, glossed over, or plainly ignored because a particular faculty member has power in the field. Okay, hiring practices is another major place where anti-Blackness can be exposed at ICP. So right now, there's only 6 Black employees remaining at ICP out of a skeleton staff of around 30 due to COVID, due to a bunch of different things. The majority of Black staff were furloughed or laid off due to COVID-19, despite ICP receiving a $1 to $2 million loan from the Paycheck Protection Program on April 29th. The majority of Black staff were employed in part-time positions, or the majority of Black staff employed in part-time positions were the first ones to go. And to begin with, the majority of Black staff were employed in part-time positions, visitor services, at the digital media lab, the equipment lab, facilities, and security. These people, we were the most precarious labor force at ICP. The Equity Working Group within ICP has advocated for an increase in diversity and for ICP to take steps towards this. We wanted to note that ICP filled 2 high-level positions, David Campany, who's the Managing Director of Programs, and Anne Masoni, the Dean of Education, over the last year without consulting the Equity Working Group. And it's also important to note that both of the new hires are white and that Anne Masoni was hired during the pandemic after several waves of layoffs. The Equity Working Group has, however, had great success with getting ICP to expand hiring postings to places where more people of color are looking, like Museum Hue and even the New York Foundation of the Arts. Moving on, here is a colorful image of the board. As you can see, no, I'm just kidding. As you can see, there's no diversity at all, but of course, the problems, as you can probably imagine, run deeper than diversity at the board. I just want to describe who a couple of these people are. So the woman on there's 10 images here of the board members. The woman on the top left is Carol S. Englander, who's the chair of the board. She's the spouse of Israel Englander, who's a billionaire hedge fund manager, the owner of a $60 million apartment at 432 Park Avenue, as per Google. The person next to her is Jeffrey A. Rosen, the president of the board, who is the former managing director at the Lazard Group financial advisory and asset management firm. He formerly or currently, unsure, divided his time between New York, London, and the rest of Europe. Underneath him is Peggy Anderson, who's the vice president of the board, who is the spouse of Keith Anderson, the co-founder of BlackRock, which is the largest investor in weapons manufacturers in the world. And then to the left of Peggy Anderson is Renee Harbers Liddell, who's the executive vice president of the board. She is the spouse of Chris Liddell, the assistant to President Trump and the deputy chief of staff for policy coordination to this administration. So yeah, so I mean, it kind of speaks for itself, but at the end of the day, these are the people who we have to confront at ICP at a certain level. And these are also the people who are not only powerful at ICP, they quite literally control the world, like no joke. It's very common, if not essential, in comparable institutions, as I'm sure many of you are familiar with, thinking of Warren Kanders at the Whitney, among others, to have a board like this. Moving on. So these are some of our more core beliefs on what arts institutions should be doing in this moment. Institutional responsibilities to protect Black life. Arts, photography, anti-Blackness, and institutionality. Arts institutions in the United States play major roles in the material and psychic constraining of Black life. These arts institutions have a social, financial, and educational responsibility to Black life. Institutions that acquire and exhibit photography are specifically indebted to marginalized communities, and in particular to Black people and culture. And this is because of photography's specific role in marginalizing, fetishizing, othering, and dehumanizing non-white people. Institutional responsibilities include, but are not limited to, restructuring missions around anti-Blackness, making sure that workers have collective bargaining power in all levels of the institution, and of course, not trying to prevent workers from gaining that collective bargaining power, making sure power dynamics are horizontal or more horizontal, wherein boards or executives do not make decisions on behalf of more vulnerable community members. And like I said before, ICP's mission statement says that they champion concerned photography, socially and politically minded images that can educate and change the world. We feel that implicit in the mission statement is a commitment to recognize how photography is used as a tool to oppress Black life and constrain Black life. Moving on. So these are some of our specific goals for ICP school through our organizing. We would like to see this curriculum be restructured. We would like to see ICP's education department to acknowledge and integrate lessons about the power dynamics of the camera as a tool of colonial and contemporary subjugation into every aspect of their curricula. We would like to see ICP ensure teachers teach a variety of Black photographers' work. We would like to see them teach about the technical aspects of anti-Blackness in photography, related to lighting, coloring, and etc., thinking about the Shirley card that we saw earlier. We would also like to see them teach about the industrial aspects of anti-Blackness, for example, how and why Black photographers have often had to form their own agencies and ways of seeing. And just a note, this is not just for classes on Black history and photography. This would be for all classes. Anti-Blackness is fundamental to photography and should be taught as such. Right now, ICP, including Anne Masoni and Per Gilf, the heads of education, is treating that like an opinion. And the book that I include on the right is Decolonizing the Camera, Photography and Racial Time by Mark Seeley. It'd be an incredible and necessary addition to any curriculum for its discussions of racial and representational politics and photography concerning colonialism, etc. Next slide. We would also like to see ICP provide a thoroughly international grounding for photographic practices, not just limited to American and European figureheads and dominant narratives that celebrate white theft of the global South. It's an international school. Anti-Blackness is an international issue. And just a note, NYU Tisch made Aperture's 2016 Vision and Justice issue, guest edited by Professor Sarah Lewis, who wrote the article on the Shirley card that I mentioned earlier, mandatory reading for all photography students in 2019. And I just included the image from that issue on the right over here. It's really important for us to make sure ICP has some core texts for professors to use to educate their students about how anti-Blackness and Blackness intersects with photography. Okay, moving on. Restructuring hiring practices at ICP. So our demands call for a majority increase in the amount of Black faculty, staff, and student body within 2 years. We have also demanded increased accountability and transparency at all levels of operation. Included in this is salary transparency. We know for a fact that certain staff get paid less money than staff doing comparable work. Certain staff of color get paid less money than other staff doing comparable work. Included in this is the accurate reporting of race and ethnicity statistics in the workplace and school. We know that this can be aggregated. We know that this needs to happen. And going back to the original demands, if there is no process to hold institutional stakeholders accountable for their anti-Blackness, then there will be no radical changes made at ICP. We need to make sure there are structures in place that hold these people and structures to account. Additionally, further transparency in hiring practice would also lead to less situations, hopefully zero situations, like the one I mentioned earlier, where Anne Masoni and David Kempney were hired without consultations from the only internal group doing DEI work. We also would love to see the restructuring of the board of directors to center the needs and interests of students and stakeholders at ICP who are currently not being served or being underserved. Moving on. So these are our conclusions and notes for the future. Right now, we've been thinking about the importance of political education, mutual aid, and community building in particular, despite ICP not acknowledging our work at all or taking what we have done seriously and continuing to evade critique of their anti-Black behavior. We continue on. Excuse me. I should say that the education heads have pledged internally to make certain curricular and representational changes, of course, without proper structures of accountability in place yet, without citing our labor publicly at all. But as a direct result of years of work from the Equity Working Group and the public spotlight that ICP Center Blackness now has put on them. So there are changes potentially brewing internally. Our goals for the future in terms of organizing are to make highlight posts of Black alumni, staff, faculty work, Black ICP community work. We just highlighted Ernest Davis. Her work is our last post on our Instagram and our Twitter. And we're going to continue doing that. We would like to make political education posts like the anti-Blackness surveillance and photography post that we made about Blackness and visual culture, and we'll continue to do that. We would like to organize and build community among Black faculty, staff, alumni, and students. We would like to put further pressure on ICP to implement changes that are mutually agreed upon by a wide range of community members. So yeah, we're looking to do more forms of community building and community work in the future going forth. And I wanted to end by asking a few useful questions. We would love it if, I'm going to leave this up for a little bit. We would love it if you screenshotted these questions and sent it to a few of your colleagues who are working in museums or art schools or in the art world or in general now. And we would love it if you also posted your responses to these questions on your Insta stories, on Twitter, wherever. Hashtag ICP unconcerned. So the first question is there monetary incentive coming from the top for making changes to programming, education, staffing, and community incentives that benefit Black community members and Black people at large? The second is, what does care for Black people look like for decision makers at any given institution? The third is, what are the concrete end goals of diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives for any given institution? And the last question is, how do these goals move forward Black life beyond the walls of your institution? And I'll just leave this up for a couple more seconds. We just have one more slide after this. Alrighty. And yep, this is our Instagram, Twitter, our email. And thank you all so much for listening to this presentation. Thank you for engaging with our work. And this is exhausting work. This is difficult work. I hope that if you have, we all hope that if you have power at the institution that you work at and you're listening to this talk, that you take our concerns seriously, you take anti-Blackness at arts institutions in general seriously, and you figure out ways to integrate the lessons learned here through our organizing into your daily life in one way or another. Thank you so much.
Noah, thank you for your tireless work and everything that you have accomplished so far with ICP Center Blackness Now. You are doing great, tiring, exhausting work really against the people who run the world, as you so expertly showed in that damning picture, which needs to be spread on every news outlet. So we don't have any audience questions yet, but I do have a few questions for you. And a reminder to anyone in the chat, if you have a question for Noah or ICP's mission and goals in general, please dump them in the chat. But first of all, how have you dealt with pushback to your initiative, especially when it comes from people in positions of power?
Good question. I think it depends, because we've received pushback from different places. So we've received pushback from multiple different places. In terms of pushback from within, we've had pushback from within the institution, and we've dealt with that in a bunch of different ways. and there have been several like kind of communication issues and power imbalances and just like general difficulties in terms of in terms of mm, in terms of meeting people, like meeting people in the middle or something. um, but we have tried as time has gone by to acknowledge pushback um, through community building through like finding trying to create and find spaces where people can actually talk to each other, people who are invested in doing this kind of work, people who are invested in particular at ICP, people who have long been invested in doing work to confront anti-blackness, racism at the institution. um, yeah, we're trying to find space where we can talk. um, on the other hand, like outside of internal, like externally, we've had some pushback around the initial issues of kind of like the photojournalistic issues that we were talking about more from the beginning. We had some pushback um, from some like art world people and just in general from like some trolls online. Yeah, and we dealt with that by confronting it head on because I think we all do feel pretty strongly about our like we have strongly held convictions about that issue. So yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Mhm.
It is scary, of course. You yourself are pretty public with the ICP um, group, so I can imagine that's also terrifying to be in a position where you're putting your face and your name out like this. So thank you again for being so public because it
Yeah,
takes a lot of guts, and we're here for you also if you need anything.
of
Another
course, thank you.
question. So, what advice would you give to others, other individuals, or maybe organizations similar to ICP who want to organize for change within their institutions but don't really know how to start?
um I mean, I just like I said, I kind in the beginning of the talk, I think I started doing this work as a reaction to something that I felt very strongly about, and then it kind of evolved into a much bigger, fish. So I would advise people, and I guess some of the pitfalls that I've had was not organizing earlier on. So I would say, and I think genuinely or like generally a much easier way to organize would be to like if it were like a group of students or something or a group of staff. Yeah, I obviously I found the people that are very supportive like throughout like top to bottom throughout the institution, but I think a lot of things would have been made easier um, if I had organized a little bit earlier with people. So
Hi.
yeah, just start talking to people about issues um, around the same time. If you have like a reaction to something that happens and you want to like go public with it, start talking to people about it that are in your community.
Hindsight is always 2020.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Ooh, we have a great question from the audience. Were you invited to participate on the ICP event on July 9th called Documenting History, Protest, Ethics, and the Photograph?
Good question. No, we weren't.
Figured.
Yeah. Yeah, we weren't. We had been working at that time. We had been working collectively for a couple of weeks, but I mean, this had been public for a month at that point. But we have a response to that on our Instagram. It was a disrespectful panel in a lot of ways. But yeah, we have a response on our Instagram.
And something that I really enjoyed during your presentation was the notion, which I think is prevalent not just in cultural institutions, but um, curriculum in general, is that this history, the history of Blackness in photography and anti-Blackness, is a opinion. It's not something that should be necessary. And that's another way that
Yeah.
this can be weaponized against groups like yours and make you seem like you're, screaming about nothing when really it's the core of what's wrong here. So, is there anything in terms of not just diversifying the board, but is there another way that you would think about structuring ICP in general to really just dismantle it completely?
Good question. Um, I mean, I think that kind of goes beyond beyond our mission, in a way. Um, I think what we can do now are, like I said, our goals are to kind of restructure curriculum around like the entirety of the curriculum. We're very deeply interested in education, and like the potentials for, and because this did start because of kind of like a form of miseducation in a way. Um, so I think it's very important for students at ICP who are going out, and it's international students, mind you, that are going out across the world and spreading these kinds of kind of like tired white understandings of photojournalism and photography in general across the world. Yeah, I think it's very important for in terms of like what needs to be restructured completely. It's like how photography education is happening um, in this day and age at an international school.
Yeah, of all places.
Yeah.
That is an excellent point, and we have a couple other questions. I think we have time for just two more. So here's
Okay.
another audience one. In your view, how does addressing systemic anti-Blackness fit into the big picture of anti-racism? I'm thinking about how to respond to colleagues with an all lives matter mentality who might push back on a specific focus on justice for Black lives.
Could you read that one
I
more
could.
time, please?
That
Yeah.
was a long one. How does this addressing systemic anti-Blackness fit into the big picture of anti-racism?
Got you.
Big question.
Um, yeah, that's a good question. I mean, anti-blackness and anti-race, like, I guess anti-blackness is a little bit more. I don't like what's the distinction between anti-blackness and anti-racism. Like anti-blackness is kind of there's anti-black racism, which is racism directed at like towards black people, but anti-blackness is more of like a foundational principle, kind of like almost a world structuring principle. So I guess anti-racism in a way, anti-racist organizing would function under an umbrella that already includes anti-blackness. Um, so I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure what the question is asking, but I think that like maybe positing or like positioning anti-blackness in that way when um, in terms of anti-racism would be useful. And anti-blackness also is not, I'm not like saying anti-blackness to be like racially exclusive in any way. Yeah, it's or like anything like that. It's just yeah, anti and yeah, exactly.
Yeah, a big question that I don't know.
Yeah, it's a big question.
Oh, here's another one. Have y'all engaged with the Society for Photographic Education to push the message more broadly?
Good question. No, we have not. We've been largely focused on ICP and kind
Ooh,
of like in the trenches. But I'm gonna make a note. Society for Photographic Education. Good call,
we're already
whoever.
building
Thank you for that
community. This
question.
is great. Okay, I think we have time for one last big one. Let's see.
Okay.
Have you looked into involving outside parties, potential government officials, local celebrities with cultural sway? Is
Right.
that something that you've considered in terms of being taken seriously or making your fight more visible?
Um. Yes, we reached out to a ton of different people, like art world people. I don't really know about government people, but um, yeah, we reached out to a lot of people with power, and some, I mean, or people with some kind of power, whatever, like Instagram followers, whatever, you know. But and some people responded, and some people were very helpful. Um, but yeah, we definitely have thought about that, and that's something that we would like. But right now, I think we're more focused on figuring out like not doing like huge picture stuff. We're more focused on like community building. I hope that's like ideally that's what we're doing now. So
Yeah, and that's really where any strong, what we've seen with other community groups, some of which I'm going to be talking today, is it really starts with actionable goals, and then you can work your way up. But you've got to have that strong foundation. So these are all really good questions
hmm,
about how to destroy systems, and that's something that we at Deaf to Museums are all about. But it is important not to go insane in your first iteration to build your community,
Yeah.
find your immediate colleagues, and then you can start building. And that also helps people from exhausting themselves.
Absolutely. This is, and I was gonna say, I didn't get a chance to say, this is like all slow work.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is all slow work. None of it's like, and I mean, there's people in the group who just like need breaks, and then like we go through like some weeks where we just like can't do anything. Like this is slow. This is slow work. These processes are slow. We're all doing our own things. So I feel like everyone should have that understanding that
yeah,
um, progress is slow.
especially when it's unpaid. I can only
Yeah,
imagine.
this is yeah, exactly. This is unpaid work.
Meanwhile,
I mean, not to belittle the work at all, but yes, this is work that we're doing
on
out
your
of
own
our
dime.
own hearts, yeah,
Yeah.
on our own volition, so.
Speaking of, is there any way that people can donate to ICP? Is that something that you guys have considered to help you get paid for the work you're doing?
Good question. Yeah, I mean,
Good.
we don't have anything set up, um, but if people wanted to donate, just like I mean, yeah, if people wanted to donate, you could just send it to my Venmo, and then I could distribute it if people genuinely wanted to, and we can tweet that out
Yeah.
if people want as well. But no, we don't have anything set up. We're not really in like we haven't been in the business of taking donations.
Mhm. Well, you heard it here. If you want to shoot money at these fantastic people and Noah, go for it. And we'll post that information on our Twitter, I think, as well. And
Thank
I think
you.
that's all we have time for right now. But thank you so much again, Noah, for talking about your mission. And we wish you the best. And anyone in the comments that wants to reach out to ICP Center Blackness Now with help, ideas, money, go for it. That's what we are trying to create here with this dialogue. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much for having me, for giving us this platform. We really appreciate it,
Yeah,
genuinely.
our honor, honestly. Great. Thank you, Noah.
Take care.
Right. Okay, so we will be taking a quick break as we prepare for our next speaker. So hang tight and we'll be back with our next presentation. Okay, and we are back. Thanks everyone for sticking around. I'm really excited to introduce Onyx Montes, whose talk is titled Salary Transparency Within Museums. Onyx, who uses she, her pronouns, is a grad student, arts educator, storyteller, fashion enthusiast, and a staunch advocate for salary transparency. Onyx was raised in Mexico and moved to Seattle by herself at the age of 17. She attended the University of Washington, where she majored in art history with a minor in women's studies. She's currently pursuing her master's in museum and exhibition studies at the University of Illinois at Chicago, and is part of the inaugural Arts and Culture Leaders of Color Fellowship by Americans for the Arts. Upon graduating from the University of Washington, Onyx taught an art history workshop for incarcerated women at 2 different Mexican penitentiaries. We are so excited to introduce Onyx. Take it away.
Hi, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. Okay. I'm just going to share my screen. Can everybody see that?
Yes, you're all good.
Okay, 1 second. So thank you so much for the intro. My name is Onyx Montes, and I'll be talking about salary transparency today. And I just want to take a quick moment to say thank you so much to the Death to Museums team for putting this event together and for giving me this platform to share with you all today. I got interested in the topic of salary transparency when last year I saw the 2019 American Alliance of Museum annual meeting keynote delivered by Kimberly Drew, who is a writer, curator, and activist, and also the former social media manager at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. During this keynote, Kimberly shared her salary history, and she also shared a few images that to me really caught my attention, and I'm sharing these with you in this slide. If you look at the top image here, this is Kimberly Drew's outgoing salary at the time when she left the Met, and the image at the bottom is the outgoing salary of Kimberly Drew's predecessor at the time when he left the Met, and Kimberly's predecessor also just curiously happened to be a white person. So to her, the realization that she was being underpaid really gave her the information that she needed to make a decision for what happens next in her career. And she also shared with the audience that this realization sort of like, understandably caused confusion, sometimes anger, and but really gave her the ability to really ask herself what happens next. And this is something that I can relate to my own experience being denied a raise during an annual review, even after I shared with leadership how people working the same positions as I were making higher salaries than me. So this is something that really stayed with me and that inspired me to learn more about salary transparency. Another thing that I was inspired by was this idea that if I'm being underpaid, this is something that can negatively affect my career for many years, and can also be a cause for me to, or for somebody to work more than one job. And when I was putting this presentation together, I realized that ever since I moved to the United States when I was 17, I have always had to juggle more than one job to this day. And I know that for some that might seem a little strange, but if you work in the arts or culture field, you might be familiar with this sort of like reality. And in this slide, I'm showing you a few images. On the left-hand side, I'm holding a baby during my years as a nanny. In the center of image here, I am standing with 2 former colleagues of mine during my years as a barista. And on the right-hand side, I am sitting on the steps of the Met Museum in New York when I was working as an intern there in New York, a place where, according to a recent New York Times article, more than half a dozen museum leaders in major museums are making over $1 million in pay or salary, and receiving also bonuses like housing allowances or home loans, travel stipends, benefits like health insurance, all while working in a museum when low entry or low level workers are making $35,000 or less in a place like New York. So this just goes to show the disparity, the immense disparity of earnings when it comes to leadership and staff within museums. So Another element that has been really inspiring to me in learning more about salary transparency has been the work put up forward by the Art Museum Salary Transparency Group, especially last year when they released this Google spreadsheet and where they allowed people to come and input their salaries or information as a way to start a conversation about salary transparency in a way that is a little bit more comfortable and transparent. I even use this as a resource for me to get a sense for how much money people working similar positions to my current job are making, and to really make a case for myself and ask for a higher raise. In addition to this, I also decided to disclose my salary on my Instagram bio. And this is something that, you know, when I was thinking about making this public, I kind of like hesitated a little bit, and I was kind of nervous because I felt like if people saw this number, they might think less of me, or they might look at this and be like, oh man, like you're making very little money. Or maybe they look at this number and they might think maybe you're making a lot of money. But it was also a way for me to challenge this sort of like feeling that if people look at this and they try to put a value, a numerical value on my person, that shouldn't be the case, because what this number should reflect is not how much I am worth as a person, but how much a museum or an organization is investing in terms of money into a worker. So this is more a reflection on an organization than in me as a person. Also, I'm doing this as a way to sort of encourage people to have the information they need to make an informed decision for themselves, whether that is to ask for a higher raise, or maybe rethink if this is a job or a situation or an environment where they want to continue, and maybe look for another place where they might get paid what they deserve. This image here is a tweet that Kimberly posted right after her keynote, where she basically mentions how, had she not known that she was being underpaid, she wouldn't have been able to make that decision to leave in her case. But it really goes to show to me that it was really imperative that her predecessor was transparent with her about his own salary. And it is a reminder that we should take any opportunity that we can to really have these conversations, so that we can encourage others to have the information and share this sort of like resources for people to make a decision for themselves and in their careers. I share this too because I want to acknowledge, and I want to be honest about the fact that I get that talking about salary and how much you make with others is something that, you know, it can be uncomfortable, it can be awkward. It can be at times sort of like maybe you feel like you might be crossing like some sort of boundary. And I am not the only one who acknowledges these kind of like realities. Suze Anderson, who is one of the co-hosts of the amazing podcast series Museo Punks, hosted an episode last year, episode 35, where she talks about salary transparency, the pros and cons, salary cloaking, and things like that. And she mentioned how that episode has been one of the only episodes that she has had trouble finding guests to talk on the record about money. So it just goes to show how real this sort of like sense of discomfort can be when talking about money. I'm also sharing this quote with you. It comes from an article from the New York Times Magazine that talks about salary transparency. And I wanted to share this with you as a way to highlight that if you do decide to have these conversations with the coworkers, and you do find out, let's say, that somebody is making more money than you, I understand that it is sort of like it's understandable that you might sort of like get this sort of intense emotions, as far as like maybe you get a little angry or jealous, and you might think like, oh, why does it have to be like that? But also I want to offer a shift in perspective, and instead of asking why do they deserve to make more money than me, to try to ask yourself, why do I deserve to make less money than them? Because nobody should be paid less for their work, and especially if you're being asked to do more work during a global pandemic. And it's just another way for me to really make clear that how much you make as a person does not equal how much you are worth. And I think I said that wrong. How much you make in your job does not equal how much you're worth as a person. So I think that, you know, if we don't have these kinds of conversations, we really hold ourselves back with that kind of silence, and we just perpetuate these systems of inequality, pay gap, and we don't really give the chance for other people to have this information to make those decisions for themselves. If you do decide to start having these conversations, you can start small within your networks, maybe go into your coworkers then, or just like expand your network to talk about these things, but little by little. You can start asking things like, why do you think that talking about money has been considered such a taboo? Or maybe these conversations can help you rethink your own relationship when it comes to money, and what kind of feelings and sort of like ideas you have about money. And whatever you do, my suggestion is that you are respectful and you try to avoid any kind of judgment or sarcasm, because as I mentioned, it can be a very awkward conversation sometimes. So if you start with an honest intention that creates like an environment of respect, I think it will benefit everybody. In addition to that, I also wanted to mention that even though you might feel a little uncomfortable talking about your salary or or other people's salaries within your workplace, within your museum, you are protected under the National Labor Relations Act to talk about these things. So in addition to that, no matter like where you live, you should also keep in mind that there are equal pay and transparency protections that could apply to your state. In this case, because I live in Chicago, the state of Illinois is protected under the Illinois Equal Pay Act, and I can read you a little bit about what that Pay Act stipulates. And it says, it is unlawful for any employer to discharge or in any other manner discriminate against any individual for inquiring about, disclosing, comparing, or otherwise discussing the employee's wages or the wages of any other employee. Excuse me. This comes from the US Department of Labor website, and I encourage you to take a look at the website, and depending on where you live in the United States, you can see what kind of protections might apply to your state. Another resource that I think is important for me to highlight, and that I want to just shout out and thank the National Emerging Museum Professionals Network, is that if you are job hunting and you see a museum that has posted a job and you are interested in applying, or maybe sharing that with your networks, and they don't list the salary information within that job, you can reach out to the National Emerging Museum Professionals Network, fill out a form that they have put together, and they will reach out on your behalf anonymously to ask that museum to disclose the salary information. And this is just another way, you know, to rethink about how to make museums more equitable, but also the whole hiring process more transparent. It saves time and energy for everybody, not just for people who want to apply or are interested, but also the hiring committee, because if you realize that the salary range is very little, you might not even afford to apply. Another thing that inspires me to have these difficult conversations are statistics like these. For instance, a report by the job board Hired found that men are offered higher salaries than women 63% of the time. Black women are paid 38% less than white men and 21% less than white women for performing the same work. People living in intersectional realities, such as transgender women, immigrant women, are also experiencing multiple biases when it comes to their earnings. Take a look at this graph. This graph comes from the Center for American Progress. And what I take from this kind of graph when I look at something like this, this is the average 2018 earning gaps for women and how it balloons over the course of 40 years. What I take from looking at this graph is that for a person like me, over the course of 40-year career, I would be missing out on over $1 million, you know, in comparison to what a white man would be making. And if you think about this pay gap, if this pay gap didn't exist, all of this money that you're seeing here, the discrepancies that you see here on the screen, would mean that all this money would be in the pockets of working women, their families, and would allow them to make mortgage payments, student loan payments, healthcare, or use that money for whatever the hell they want. This is another survey that comes from the 2016 Association of Art Museum Directors. And you can see here that across the board, the salaries of female directors in museums, highlighted here in orange, tends to be less across the board in comparison to the male museum directors salaries highlighted here in blue. So just another way to visualize all these discrepancies across the board and how they are such a just insane reality. Let's take a look at curators. This is from the 2017 National Museum Salary Survey. Male chief curators making significantly more than female chief curators when it comes to median salary. And so another way in which I have been sort of like thinking about salary transparency within museums is to draw inspiration from the term of new museology and how traditionally, when it comes to new museology, scholars and practitioners have been the one who have questioned or challenged many of the traditions upon which museum practices have been based. You know, if you think about a museum, you can think about traditionally museums as temples where only a few within museums, few members of their staff tell you or sort of like organize the exhibitions and what goes on display and tell the stories of the museums. But what I've been noticing recently, especially during this pandemic, is that this idea of new museology is now more in the hands of workers who are taking these narrative stories from museums and highlighting the inequality, the injustices, the lack of transparency that goes on within museums and sharing those stories. Some of the accounts that I recommend you check out include MCA Accountable, Change the Museum, DIA Staff Action, PMA Union, where you can learn about their amazing unionization journey, Art and Museum Transparency, MOCAD Resistance, and so many others that I salute and thank for their work. In addition to that, I also think that having a transparent work culture, not just when it comes to money, but also when it comes to like our roles, is important because it can highlight also some of the unhealthy work practices that can go on in museums. So for example, in this survey, I'm just going to mention it really briefly, over 76% of staff mentioned that they serve multiple roles. And to me, when I found that out, it made me think about how many museum workers tend to be overworked and underpaid, and museums that operate within the model of like nonprofits are often driven to do more with less and to just push through and keep going no matter what. And to me, if you have a work culture where you are being underpaid, where the benefits are lousy, where you're being overworked, it just creates a workforce that is stressed out, not motivated, and it just doesn't make that kind of work attractive for the next generation of workers who are going to come after us. So it's just something to keep in mind and why I think transparency is so important. I also want to leave you with this tweet to close up this first section of my presentation. I understand that many museums have been vocal about their interest in being diverse and all of that, but to me, I think Nia Dekel said it best. Don't talk to me about workplace diversity if all the women of color in your institution are underpaid and overworked. What I like to do now is I like to take a look really quickly at two businesses that are non-art related and use them as case studies because they are both two businesses that have adopted salary transparent practices. And it is my hope that in sharing some of these case studies, museum workers and museum leadership can maybe get inspiration for what has worked for them, what could be some of the practices that could be translatable to within museums, and start to adopt or thinking about adopting some of these practices. I will be looking at Buffer, excuse me, and Molly Moon. So the first business is Buffer. Buffer is a software platform that allows you to manage different social media channels like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and it's a platform that I use in my own work. What I like about Buffer is that in 2013, they came up with this formula to adopt a salary transparent work environment. So with a formula, it basically allowed for all members of their staff to know exactly how much people were making. And they have been changing the formula over the years. I think that since 2013, there's been over 4 iterations to the formula. And Buffer has always promised that no matter how much the formula might change, they promise that the salaries of the staff will never drop. So even if the formulas change, the salaries will never drop as a result of their changes. They also work with the staff to gather feedback and to tweak and see what's working in order to, edit the formula to fit, more equitable work practices. And as a result of this, Buffer's job applications have doubled since they introduced their transparent formula in 2013. And also with the current model that they have, where you can literally go on their website and click on their salaries document, and you can see exactly how much the CEO makes, how much people in finance make or marketing. And I couldn't fit the other departments here, but you can see everything and how they use a formula based on their location and how they take into account cost of living based on where their team members live, in order for, to lessen the that sort of like reality for many of us where we have to work so many jobs because the cost of living does not match the wage that we get paid. Also, another thing that I really like about Buffer is that their staff don't have to wait for promotions to get raises. They're able to have these sort of raises more organically as a way to recognize their individual contributions to the team. They don't have to wait years to get an annual review and then a raise. So this is something that I noticed and that I really applaud their efforts for being more transparent. As a result of having all of this transparency, they realized that they had a pay gap situation happening within their engineering department, where they realized that Buffer employees within their engineering department were making more money. Sorry, we're getting paid more. And these staff members were mostly men. And so they decided to work with outside experts to funnel the way that candidates would come to that department. And they realized that as a result of having more men in that department, women were being paid less. So as a way to funnel those candidates, they hired other outside agencies to help them make that sort of like team more equitable and to have like more or less like a same number of team members that are men and women in that department, and that way close that gap that they found out they were having. The second business I want to highlight really quickly is Molly Moons. Molly Moons is an ice cream shop chain in Seattle. It's a women-owned business started by Molly Neitzel, who's pictured here. What Molly did was she spent a year working with her management team, their finance team, auditing every store, making sure they took a look at all the pay discrepancies that were happening within their stores. And one of the things that they discovered as a result of spending this whole year analyzing their data was that certain employees at certain stores were making more money for working the same job. And they realized that, depending on where the stores are located, in this case in Seattle, if a store is located closer to downtown, it might have more foot traffic, therefore more people, therefore more tips. So they decided that the practice of tipping was something that they wanted to eliminate as a way to make it more equitable for all the employees across all the stores. They banned tips, they raised the ice cream prices, and they increased the employees' wages. This is something that they started doing last year in April of 2019. Before they adopted this salary transparent model for everybody, when they banned tips and raised wages and ice cream prices, a scooper within Molly Moons would be making $13 an hour. And after the change, the shift, now a scooper is making $18 an hour. They have released the salaries for everybody in the company internally. So unlike Buffer, we can't see how much Molly Moons employees are making. Only they can know that information. But it really makes it so that the conversations within that team are easier because everybody has access to that information, not just one, not just leadership or not just like the higher ups, like everybody has access to that information. And it also makes it so that in similar to Buffer, they don't have to wait for salary reviews to get raises. They have other kinds of incentives, such as once you work 1,000 hours with Molly Moons, you are eligible to have a 2 to 3% raise within your salary. So just little things like that were some of the things that Molly Moons decided to go after. And I forgot to mention this, but also another motivation for Molly to eliminate tips comes from the fact that she realized that tipping practices are really rooted in racist history. So she decided to another reason why she decided to do away with tips. So all of these things that I've been sharing with you have made me think of a few ideas that I'd like to suggest and I can share with you. Among them are to start small, ask your smaller networks. Maybe from there you can think about going to shared industry events, happy hours like the one we're going to have later today. Or if you are moving and you're job hunting, maybe you can come up with a phrase that feels comfortable for you. And I put an example here, something like, hey, I'm moving to California and I'm looking to work with a marketing company and I'm looking at this range. Is that the right range in your opinion? Or something like that. create avenues to talk about salary. Maybe you have an event where instead of name tags, you have salary tags, or maybe you want to experiment. What does it feel like to have your salary in your social media bio for a week or a month or a year? Encourage museums to create a more equitable workforce by disclosing salary ranges on job descriptions. And if you find a job description that a museum has posted that doesn't have the salary, you can reach out to the National Emerging Museum Professionals Network and fill out their form to start a conversation about making a more transparent hiring process for everybody. Another thing that I also wanted to share with you is that in thinking about what the future of work looks like, especially how it has been changed and shifted by the pandemic, is that you shouldn't accept a lower salary for more flexibility. Having more flexibility shouldn't mean that you get paid less. And I think that now, after so many people have experienced what it is like to work from home, most of us realize that the work is still getting done. So having a lower salary shouldn't be equal as having more flexibility. Salary sheets, what would it be like to have salary sheets that are managed or disseminated through equity committees or through staff members within a workplace where they control these salary sheets, similar to the Google Doc that I showed you earlier, and starting sort of like a documentation or an archive for like all the current salary ranges that exist right now and how they might change over time. Museum leadership, for museum leadership to review their pay practices, work with supervisors, staff, managers in setting wage rates, flag any pay disparities, and conduct periodic audits to maintain fairness. This is something that I was thinking about based on how Buffer constantly changes and modifies their formulas to remain open and transparent about how much money their employees are making. Posting pay ranges by occupation where workers can access that information. And also, if museums were to adopt a more salary transparent work culture, I think it's another way for them to practice self-care, because in doing that, museums are not only taking care of their workers, but they're taking care of the organization as a whole. And it just reminded me of like how museums oftentimes seem to be not so much in connection with what is self-care for their workers and how that looks like. A few examples that have given me a lot of inspiration and that I am happy to share with anybody who was interested. I have both of these as PDF files. On the left-hand side, Museum Workers Unite was a newspaper-style magazine put together last semester during a class I took with Professor Jen de los Reyes, and my classmates would put together a newspaper-style magazine where we talk a lot about self-care tips. We talk about unions, we talk about salary transparency, and all these different amazing things that I don't want to give away, but I am happy to share with you to read on your own time. On the right-hand side, we have Cultural Workers Unite. It's a collective based in Rotterdam, and they put together a zine where they talk about these things: unfair working conditions within cultural institutions, the need for more transparency when it comes to pay, and it's something that I am happy to share. I wanted to show you as well what the inside of the zine looks like. And just to give you an idea, if you have these kinds of conversations, knowing that it can be awkward, what would it be like if we make it a little bit more fun or a little bit lighter? Notice here on the left-hand side, this is the inside of the zine that I mentioned by Cultural Workers Unite. They have an exploitation bingo activity. What would it be like if maybe during a happy hour you get together with your coworkers and do like an activity like that, or maybe you come up with like pin designs that say things like, in this case, I want a pay raise, or things like that. I think that lessens this sort of awkwardness that can come when talking about salaries. I was also thinking about what would it be like to have a similar campaign like Museums Are Not Neutral, an initiative put together by Latanya Autry and Mike Morawski. And instead have something similar or inspired by that talks about salary cloaking or how much money you make, and make it fun and sort of like a little bit more visible to have these kinds of conversations. And I will leave you with this reflection in a quote. I am doing this and sharing this with you because a lot of my intention is rooted in this idea that I wouldn't want another person who looks like me to feel the way that I felt when I was denied the raise that I wanted. And since then, I've learned that information is power, and that having these kinds of difficult conversations about our salaries can help us to engage in this sort of idea of power sharing. And as Nina Simon said it, even though these conversations can be difficult, they're always important. They're rarely easy, but ultimately they're awesome for everybody involved. Thank you so much. And I am happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Onyx, don't forget to stop sharing your screen. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Onyx, that took me on an emotional roller coaster. Thank you. This, like the work that ICP Center Blackness Now is doing, it's scary work, to be so honest and vulnerable. But like you said, the more we start talking about it, the more we make it less scary, it's only going to benefit us in the future. So something actually I thought about while you were talking is our chat is really active and wonderful. And I wonder if they would put their salaries in the chat. So we
Yeah, I would love that.
and I'm also happy to share salaries that amongst ourselves that we make. I make $1,200 a month at the Field Museum of Natural History, no benefits, no healthcare, no nothing. And it's been like that for almost a year and a half. So that's very fun. We have some great questions from the chat. So I think we have time for a couple before we take our break. Let's see. Could you please share a little about salary negotiation templates you found or any examples via websites? And I know that you did cover a few in your presentation.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Salary negotiation, I recommend Wager. It's a great resource, and I have attended a few of their workshops when it comes to salary negotiation this summer. They have templates that you can use, such as phrases or like how to, if somebody kind of like gives you a little bit of pushback, how you can like navigate that. I think my advice is that practice also. Make sure that your whatever phrase or template you use, that is in your own words, so that it comes naturally and to you, in case you know, I know it can be nerve-wracking, but the way Wager put it to the attendees in that workshop is that once you do it, you don't have to do it again, meaning that you just do it once, kind of get over that initial sense of discomfort, and then you just keep practicing and look at it as practice, like from that point on. I also recommend one thing that I did during a annual review when I was looking at negotiating my salary was I put together a presentation of all the different achievements that I've had and showed exactly, like, based on my previous annual review, where the changes have been made based on like the previous annual review benchmarks I needed to hit and how those were met. And you can also check in with your supervisor or manager every 3 months to make sure that you are meeting those goals, and how it can better sort of like equip you to, when the annual review comes, you demonstrate that you have been working consistently throughout those things and make it easier for you to advocate for a higher raise. I use the resource of the Google spreadsheet to kind of get an idea for how much money people were making, and use that as an example for people who work in the arts, having very similar positions to me, are making this, and, you know, use that as a resource for you. I think also places like Glassdoor have information when it comes to like salary ranges and where you might be in that sort of like frame, and use that as another resource. But that's something that I would consider. Wager has great templates and workshops that give you more sort of like phrases you can use, things you can say, and I have some that that if you reach out to me on social media, I can give you some that I've used. I just don't. I mean, I could share my screen again, but I don't want to waste. So I can send you some that I've used, but find ones that work for you, because some that might feel comfortable for me, maybe you want to change some wording for you, you know. So just work with whatever feels comfortable and put it in your own words, I would say.
Yeah, thank you. Let's see, we have time for, I think, 2 more questions, but again, reach out to Onyx specifically, or we can put you in touch if you want to follow up with any questions that we don't get to. But here's a really good one and a sad one. Do you have any suggestions for folks in internship or fellowship positions whose salaries are funded by grants or donors? And how do you advocate for salary pay increases when your money is contingent on something like that? Ooh, that hurt.
Yeah, it just really sad, because I remember, you know, when I mentioned I was working up to 5 jobs when I was like an undergrad, I just made a decision to stop taking unpaid internships because I just couldn't afford it. And I just for me, a decision that I was only going to apply to paid internships, because it was a way to honor the work that I'm bringing also to the table, you know. And now that I've been in sort of like both sides of the table now, where I've been an intern, but I've also have worked with interns, I also made a decision to never take an unpaid intern. At least for me, if we can't afford to pay them, I'm not gonna. Until we can afford to pay them, I'm not going to work with an unpaid intern, just because I feel I know what it's like, and you know, that tendency to have unpaid interns only benefits a few people, and those are the people who can afford to do unpaid labor, and usually those people don't tend to look like me. So I always want to think about who will have my job, how I can make it easier for them. And so I know it's hard, and I acknowledge that because I've been in that kind of situation as well, and I know many of you can relate. So if you're not able to pay them, I would just say just really consider not having an intern, because it's just not fair for anybody.
100% agreed. We had some fantastic speakers in our last iteration calling for the death of unpaid internships because they're exploitative, and you shouldn't be, feeling belittled and unpaid, especially to live in big cities. Like your experience living in New York is ridiculous to live and work what is essentially a full-time job with no pay
Yeah.
for a museum. You're the one being exploited. And turns out if you go fill out that exploitation bingo, you're in a toxic relationship with your workplace.
Yeah.
If that is you. Okay, I think we have time for maybe one last question. Let's see. I've often wondered if pay inequity is exacerbated by generational differences and how the economy has evolved over time. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Wow. Yes, it has evolved over time. And this is something that I've been thinking about recently because recently this week, I think there was an article regarding SF MoMA and the layoffs that happened. And, I'm just thinking about places like Buffer and how they work with their employees based on their cost of living of their employees. So for example, Buffer has its headquarters in San Francisco. And so they base their pay rate based on San Francisco living standards, but also take into account wherever their employees work, whether it's in Colorado or whatever. So they adapt to wherever their employees are working. However, in a case like SF MoMA, the cost of living has increased, whereas the wages have stayed very stagnant and they don't add up to the kind of cost of living. And I think about also, in like, I don't know, I think it was like the 60s or 70s, like I've heard stories. I moved here to the States in 2008. So there's a lot of things that I've been learning also just in me being here, but I've heard of stories where people living in the States in the 60s and 70s were able to get by doing a summer job and pay for school just doing a summer job. And now with the way that not just the economy has gone, but also the crisis like student loan debt and how right now we're at trillions of dollars, like that is something that is absolutely ridiculous. And so I don't want to get into it because I'm going to get really angry, but it's just ridiculous. Like now to this day, how like many people have to juggle all these different jobs just to get by. And to this day, like I didn't get my real like full-time job or like serious job until like a few years ago, and still I have to juggle more than one job. So generationally, I mean, yeah, you could say that maybe older generations, I don't know, they had it easier, but the economic models and the way things have gone are just completely drastically different, and it's just like another example of how these systems of oppression continue to oppress people who look like people of color and people who look like me and Black folks. And so this is really, really maddening.
Yes, it's insane and hurtful and toxic. So on that sad note, but highly encourage, I think Rose dumped the link to the spreadsheet for Art Museum Transparency salary. Add your salary. Keep updating it. That is the only way that we're going to know what we should be making depending on what the size of the institution and for bargaining. So it's anonymous. You don't have to put your name. Add that information. That is one of the greatest ways that we can figure out this mess and help each other out and ask questions. And when you introduce yourself to your museum, colleagues, ask, hey, how much do you make? And open up these dialogues like Onyx so thoughtfully presented for us today. So Onyx, thank you. That was magnificent. We are going to bid farewell to Onyx, and we're going to have a half-hour break. And so be back here at 1 o'clock, and we'll see you for our last two presentations of the day. Thank you, guys. Hi, everybody. Thank you for coming back to us. I hope you had a nice restful break. We are diving right into our next presentations. I'm really thrilled to introduce Jillian Impastato and Evan Aanerud. Evan uses he, him pronouns, and he is a student at the University of Minnesota Morris pursuing theater arts and arts management and set to graduate in December of this year. He's interned at organizations such as the Interlochen Center for the Arts and the Massachusetts Museum for Contemporary Art, and has also helped his university's multicultural performing arts series. After a canceled summer internship in New York City due to COVID, Evan formed the Emerging Artist Initiative, an emergency relief fund specifically designed to help young and emerging artists and arts administrators withstand the current economic crisis. And we have that information on our Twitter, so please go and check it out. The other fantastic presenter joining Evan is Jillian Impastato, who uses she, her pronouns. She's a student, educator, and curator from New York. She's a rising senior at Tufts University studying art history and education. Currently, she's the Student Engagement Fellow at the Tufts University Art Gallery, and she's on the relief assessment team for the Emerging Artist Initiative, as well as a curator in the Medford-based curating collective Polychroma, and an arts writer for Current Magazine. And the title of their talk is What Now, What Next? An Institutional Reckoning from Two Jaded Interns. Okay, Evan and Jillian, go for it.
All right, Jillian, take it away.
Awesome. Thank you so much for introducing us. My name is Jillian Impastato. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a rising senior at Tufts studying art history and education. Before we start, I wanted to acknowledge that I'm on Wampanoag in Massachusetts traditional territory.
Hi, everyone. My name is Evan Aanerud. I use he, him pronouns. I'm currently, like Rose said, in my last semester at the University of Minnesota Morris studying theater arts and arts management. And I'd like to acknowledge that I'm presenting today from Minnewacanton and Ocheti, Shakoween, or Sioux land.
We want to welcome you to our presentation, What Now, What Next? An Institutional Reckoning from Two Jaded Interns. We want to start by saying Evan and I met in January as interns at MassMoCA in North Adams, Massachusetts. And we also want to begin with a quick bunch of thank yous because this presentation wouldn't be possible without the team at Death's Museums. Thank you to Emma, June, and Rose for coordinating this exceptional event. Also, thank you to Sierra Van Rick de Groot for your guidance on building this presentation. We also want to especially thank our mentors and internship supervisors at MassMoCA and the whole team at Emerging Artists Initiative.
While this presentation is from the perspective of, yes, two jaded interns, it does not reflect the views and opinions of any staff member or the institution of MassMoCA. If you haven't already guessed, spoiler alert, we both lost our internships due to COVID-19. We also want to provide a disclaimer that as Jillian and I speak on our experiences and opportunities, we're doing so from positions of privilege as white, cisgender identifying individuals. Our experiences are reflective of these identities and do not represent the views of all interns or young professionals in the field.
And when we say we're emerging professionals, we're really, really emerging, as in we just turned 21, so we can legally drink now. But we're here speaking as a kind of a case study for what it's like to be grappling with the arts and cultural industries as emerging professionals today. In our perspectives, we'll be describing our ongoing institutional reckonings, our current work in the field, and where we see the field and ourselves within the field in the future.
We're here to talk to you today about how young and emerging arts professionals are uniquely positioned to disrupt and shake the broken institutions that we haven't even established ourselves in yet. COVID-19 has pulled opportunities, internships, and experiences and threatened our future careers in the arts. But through the past 5 months, Jillian and I salvaged those losses and funneled our creative energies into new endeavors. We're going to talk to you about the power of organizing as young people, unifying with one another based on common experiences within the field, low-paying or unpaid internships, embarrassingly low wages, a disappointment in the industry that we dreamed of working in. We're going to talk to you about the power of organizing around these collective experiences and funneling disappointment, apprehension, and jadedness into a mobilized force of change.
So here's a cute little picture of naive little Jillian and naive little Evan. I think our story begins in January 2020 when we first got to North Adams.
So I was taking a semester abroad, in a loose term, in Massachusetts by studying arts management at the local liberal arts college, while also working at MassMoCA as a performing arts intern. While the position was part-time, I used any spare moment I could to escape the freshman dorm I was living in and immerse myself in the exciting events and happenings at Mass MoCA.
I was also doing my own version of studying abroad in Western Mass. I was taking a semester off at Tufts, and I was an intern in the education department. I lived in the intern house and was paid with housing and a very small weekly stipend. The quit intern house was just a few blocks away from Mass MoCA, so all of the interns and I would spend our time on the weekends visiting local bars, exploring the Berkshires, and really just talking about our time in our internships.
As a performing arts administration intern, I would do research on guest artists, write up event programs for weekly performances, and assist the company manager with hospitality needs for company members. I felt like I had a voice in the room and decision-making processes within the department. I was willing to help out wherever I could, and I frequently visited Mass MoCA, even when I wasn't scheduled.
As the education intern, I gave K-12 school tours as well as tours to the public. Additionally, I researched and developed educational materials for upcoming exhibitions and helped with special events and workshops. I love juggling many projects at the same time and worked closely with the 4 members of my department who were supportive of all of my work. We want to amplify the words of Laura Edith Coleman, Zelly Lewis, Sarah Phelan, and Sierra Van Rick de Groot in their Debts Museum's August series presentation entitled Museum Internships Past, Present, and Future, Dismantling Systems of Power from the Ground Up. This was a fantastic presentation that highlighted critical action steps museums must take to level the playing field and truly commit to equal opportunity and representation. We echo their words. Internships are a crucial pipeline to employment. Using our experiences at Mass MoCA and at other arts and cultural organizations, we came up with a little internships for dummies to share with you. So first, blind hiring. When reading through applications, make sure to cover up names and institutions to reduce racial bias and elitism. You should be hiring someone for their skill set and potential, not for the prestige of their college degree or because of favoritism because of your alma mater. Second, value references. References can illuminate an applicant's skill and life experiences that are missing elsewhere in their application. Maybe they haven't had the means to have a handful of unpaid internships like other people in the field, but they could have proved their passion and work ethic in many different ways. References can add more to the picture. A transcript or a resume just starts to illustrate that picture. This is one small piece to help create a more holistic review process.
3, where are you posting the internship? Which college career fairs are your institutional reps going to? Where are they not? The Facebook groups, colleges, websites, and classifieds where you're posting the position will dictate the makeup of your applicant pool. And if you're concentrating your internship search within one community, it'll make the pool dangerously homogenous. One important thing, are you only forwarding the internship posting to museum studies programs, or are you also sending it to state schools that likely don't have those niche programs? 4, college credit is not a substitute for a stipend or hourly wage. Charging students for internship course credits is exploitative. Young people should not need to pay to work. How cool would it be if the museum field acted beyond their face value appreciation statements and compensated their interns and emerging professionals fairly for their time? I want to live in a world where any museum intern can say they're making at least minimum wage. 5, internship perks do not replace pay requirements. Yes, I love the free pizza and the occasional intern snack or meal, but these are perks and not substitutes for compensation.
6, more mentorship opportunities across departments. Emerging professionals should be able to see how departments collaborate. We want to learn more about the inner workings of the institution. This also could set the stage for future opportunities for us as interns. 7, check-ins. At Mass MoCA, I had an unstructured check-in with my supervisor every other week. Having this time and space built in was essential. My supervisor cared about how I was doing inside and outside of the doors of the museum. We could also have an ongoing dialogue about my own professional development and things that I wanted to take on. And finally, 8, be transparent. We understand that there are some closed doors for short-term workers. That is fine and understandable, but let us know what those are. These standards are often very different at different institutions.
So institutions must adopt these steps into their infrastructure to provide rewarding and equitable internship experiences. Internship programs set up the next generation of museum professionals, so we must make them an accessible and equitable launchpad. Jillian and I see Mass MoCA as a contributor to our own launchpads as we gained a valuable network of other emerging professionals in the field. But anyway, back to Naive, Evan, and Jillian. On March 16th, the Mass MoCA internship program was cut, shuttling Jillian and Evan back to their own respective corners of the country. Jillian in Chappaqua, New York, and Evan in rural Minnesota, a 24-hour drive back to cow country. Unfortunately, their experiences were not unique in any way. Interns, apprentices, and entry-level workers in the museum world and the broader arts and cultural industry were severed from their places of employment, creating a sharp divide that for many in the industry had been long coming. Staff reductions have left an air of uncertainty for the future, but for those of us that haven't even secured museum employment before this crisis, what does this mean? Because these professional development programs were the first staff to go at many museums, the programs will likely be shuttered at least throughout the next year. The same for many entry-level museum positions. Without these opportunities, what are we going to do?
Sitting in our childhood bedrooms, we had a lot of time to think about the future and our places within it. Now what? Is this even for me anymore? I'm sure many other young arts professionals watching this can attest to similar spirals of questions. Needless to say, we were pretty confused, scared, and frankly jaded.
After I had lost my paid summer internship in New York City, I scoured the relief fund market to see what I was eligible for. The results? Not a ton. I found that artist relief funds in response to COVID-19 were generally inaccessible for young people. It seemed like there were hundreds of mutual aid opportunities and funds out there for incredible different niches of artistry, but many of these had unintentionally built obstacles for young and emerging applicants. For example, many relief funds ask applicants for their work history, residency or workshop teaching experience, or to list distinguished accomplishments in their discipline, all opportunities that young artists typically don't have. Union membership is also a common eligibility requirement for many theater relief funds, and I don't know about you, but most of my young artist friends are not unionized. Additionally, many relief funds require so much as 5 to 10 years of work experience in the field or require you to make a certain percentage of income from your art, both of which automatically disqualify young and emerging professionals from funding. The surge in COVID-19 mutual aid efforts and simultaneous financial support for these relief funds speaks to the strength of our own arts communities, and I'm not in any way trying to discredit the incredible work that is being done in the relief fund market, but even these support networks can create obstacles that only fuel the overwhelming anxiety that young artists face, especially during recessions. COVID-19 has reinforced structural hardships for low-ranking professionals at an alarming rate, like a lack of seniority during layoffs, student loan debt, and trying to start a career during an economic crisis. COVID-19 threatens to displace the most vulnerable young artists from pursuing their artistic passions, and more urgently, threatens their survival. Introducing Emerging Artist Initiative. Emerging Artist Initiative, or EAI, is a national grassroots collective of young professionals in the arts that I formed to address the immediate financial needs of young and emerging artists and arts administrators. I contacted former interns, college friends, professors, and advisors, and within a month we built EAI, an initiative to ensure that young professionals in the arts have access to financial, emotional, and professional support. We established the Emerging Artist Relief Fund with the goal of raising $15,000 to support 30 emerging arts professionals who are facing financial hardship due to COVID-19 with a $500 relief payment. Our 10-minute application was designed to be accessible for young people just getting their foot in the door of an arts career. To be eligible, applicants had to satisfy 4 requirements. 1, you are under 30 or within 3 years of receiving a degree or certification, or within 3 years of beginning work as an arts professional. 2, you're involved in making art from any discipline happen, whether you create or administrate, and we wanted to have the broadest definition of art as possible. 3, you as a creative have been displaced as a result of COVID-19. That can manifest through many forms: canceled internships, apprenticeships, events, performances, readings, fairs, any other position. Or you lost a survival job outside the arts or experienced a significant reduction in hours. And 4th, you had to be in dire financial need. You can't pay your monthly expenses or bills for the next 2 months, such as rent, groceries, healthcare, or other survival expenses. We also asked for a description and 1 sample of the artistic work, as well as a declaration of need. In order to ensure that we distributed funds as equitably as possible, we also established priority funding communities: BIPOC and Native applicants, transgender, including non-binary, gender non-conforming, and gender fluid, disabled and immunocompromised, and artists practicing in rural areas. Artists from these communities were given priority in the funding decision process.
I was brought along for the wild ride of Evan's brainstorming process for EAI, and he eventually asked me to be a part of the relief assessment team. The relief assessment team was a group of young professionals from various artistic backgrounds and around the country that that evaluated these applications. We launched the Emerging Artist Relief Fund on July 1st, and by July 22nd, just 3 weeks later, when we closed the application, we'd received 1,721 applications from young artists across the country. We worked around the clock to review the submissions independently to narrow down to the highest need, and then together, we had a holistic review process of the smaller pool of applicants. It was a really unique situation where person to person or application reviews session to session, you could feel the weight of the emotional labor of reading through peer emerging artist struggles, or you could feel completely numb in order to cope. Throughout the process, we would pass on an application to someone else if we knew the applicant or if we felt that a personal connection to the application would influence our review. Overall, it was a great experience to learn by doing, to help others, and to build a community of emerging professionals from around the country along the way.
At this point, we've raised around $9,700 of our $15,000 goal, and we've been able to fund 19 artists. Again, thank you to Deaf Museum for promoting the fundraiser. And if you champion our mission to support the next generation of artists and you have the means to give, we happily accept donations through our Venmo, which is @EAI_fund, our PayPal, emergingartistinitiative@gmail.com, or our Facebook fundraiser. This is the last week that we're accepting donations, as most of us are full-time students or workers in service industry jobs, doing this entirely through volunteer work. So we don't have the volunteer support and infrastructure to keep fundraising throughout the fall. When you donate to EAI, 100% of your donation goes to supporting a young artist. We really appreciate any form of support, even if it's just sharing the initiative. And our website is eaifund.com or our fundraiser online. Our work for young artists extends beyond the Relief Fund, and we're really transforming right now at EAI into a support and resource network and greater community. On our Facebook and Instagram, we're amplifying and sharing the work of young people, especially young BIPOC artists and other artists with marginalized identities. We do weekly emerging artist talks on Instagram Live, which we call EATs, with guests to discuss issues like elitism and gatekeeping in higher education and BFA, MFA programs, being mixed or biracial within the theater industry, how to advocate for yourself as a young professional in the arts, all issues that emerging artists face. Our monthly newsletter, Emerging, features artistic work, resources for art-filled radicalization, and blog posts about what it means to be a young artist right now. We're also in the planning phases of establishing a young artist mentorship program, and we're actively looking to collaborate with other initiatives, grassroots projects, or individuals that share or support our mission. We want to ensure that all young artists, especially BIPOC, Native, and transgender artists, have access to financial, professional, and emotional resources. Again, you can see all this on our website, eaifund.com, our Instagram, which is eai.fund, or our Facebook page. We're also trying to spread the message that we need to fund the artist first and hold our institutions accountable to do the same. The future of our industry isn't just in peril because the job market has crashed, it's being threatened because artists are struggling to survive. Artists are people over everything else. This isn't the time to fund lobby renovations. At this critical point in the industry, we must advocate for the survival needs of the artist. For young people, the starving artist trope is instilled to our core before we can even consider an arts career. Our industry tells us that we must suffer financially before we can succeed professionally. Museums and other arts and cultural institutions perpetuate this inequality through unpaid internships and low entry-level wages. We're told, yeah, that internship is unpaid, but it'll look really good on your resume. Yeah, you're not compensated well, but do you know how lucky you are to work here? At such a distinguished institution? Or the common, it is what it is. When we tell emerging young professionals these things, we're setting a baseline for inequality and inhumane practices and reinforcing the all too common stereotype that artists must suffer financially and emotionally before they make it professionally. At EAI, we want to abolish the starving artist trope. When we fundraise for the Emerging Artist Relief Fund, we elevate and amplify the young artists for their work and contributions to the young arts community. On a broad scope, we highlight the gravity of the situation. Yes, many young artists are literally starving. They can't pay survival expenses and are simultaneously battling systems of oppression that threaten their ability to create in the world, and more importantly, live. On the individual side, we focus on the beauty and gifts that they bring to the community. We want to show humanity, that young artists deserve to be compensated fairly and not told that their human rights to equitable opportunities will be granted once they've earned their way into the industry. But even this is a fallacy, as we know that the dream of fair treatment and compensation is not fulfilled when we gain employment in these broken institutions. That's why young people, emerging professionals, are positioned to be leaders in this critical moment. We're here to learn from our predecessors and those that have already been advocating for reform and demand and enact a new beginning for our institutions. So, what have I learned from launching a national relief fund and with an extremely limited community and resources? First of all, starting with the need and operating from trust. An organization called Springboard for the Arts, which is a huge resource hub for Minnesota artists in St. Paul, created this fabulous guide called So You Want to Start an Emergency Relief Fund. One of the key principles in the packet is the importance of operating from trust. Requiring artists to legitimize their financial hardship through trauma porn is inhumane. And if you're requiring artists to relive that trauma in their application, you shouldn't even be giving out funds. Now is not the time to ask questions of artists applying to mutual aid efforts, questioning the legitimacy of their need. 2, success is not in the numbers. We're at very grassroots, to the fullest extent of the term. Despite the hundreds of hours our team has collectively put into this relief fund effort, we are so much smaller than other organizations and collectives. And so funding even just one person is such a huge success to our team. 3, existing and reckoning the moment, especially as a well-meaning white people, we often feel like we have to be immediately responsive when we learn about oppression and systemic inequality. And it's okay to just start by reckoning personally with how you've contributed to and played a part in that oppression. And after that, moving towards actionable steps. White artists need to be very conscious of where we're taking up space and not to distract from the people that have already been doing the work. 4, recognizing and acting on your own complicity, privilege, and saviorism. Leading EAI as a white cis man, I've had to be very conscious of my white saviorism and my own privilege within the position. When I was contacting friends in previous intern circles, I realized there was very little racial diversity in my professional network, a lot of which came from working at predominantly white institutions. Reckoning with myself, I'm also comfortable enough financially to dedicate hundreds of hours to this entirely volunteer project and not work. And so in response to these own reckonings, I'm dedicating my own artistic work to ensuring that BIPOC artists are supported. It's vital at EAI that we are opening the door of opportunity for those that have been rejected by a whitewashed, cisgender, and ableist industry. Through the artists that we've been able to fund, the emerging professionals that we are amplifying online, and even the discussions that we have every week on our leadership team, EAI is a space for community care, healing, and coping. And finally, relax your shoulders, unclench your jaw, and breathe. Launching EAI has been the most challenging thing I've ever done, and it's truly been a learning exercise in patience, humility, and teamwork. And finally, I just want to end with this quote by philosopher, activist, and author Angela Davis, which was originally given so powerfully in advocacy for the Black Lives Matter movement. She says, leadership does not have to be individualistic, it can be collective. And just to kind of cap this off, emerging artists will lead collectively if we empower them for their worth, talents, and humanity.
Besides reviewing a ton of applications on the relief assessment team with Evan and EAI, I was also working on a few projects of my own. While these projects stray a little bit from mutual aid, they demonstrate other ways emerging arts professionals can enact change. I've been working as a gallery attendant with the Tufts University Art Galleries for a few years now, and this summer I was brought on as a student engagement fellow. My main purpose was to rethink about how students were engaging with the galleries and to rebuild relevance and trust. Although I had an obvious lack of access to art and museums, I now had a direct opportunity to connect and collaborate with academic art museum staff from around the country. I learned what they were working on pre-COVID, how they pivoted in the moment, and how they envision how they will support students in the upcoming academic year. My positionality within and apart from the field of academic museums was incredibly productive. I could observe the common successes and failures with some knowledge of how it relates to the Tufts University Art Galleries, and I could posit my experience as a current student. I also learned that almost always the answer is including the students' voices more. Staff at these institutions are really there to connect these students with resources. Throughout my interviews, I heard staff members compare their own roles to being a liaison, consultant, advocate, facilitator, intermediary, collaborator, and even the HR person for students. I can honestly say that after each of my 17 interviews, I left with a smile on my face. It solidified the fact that I love this little niche in the field and how I was already kind of a part of it. The vast majority, but it did raise a lot more questions. Is my voice needed here? The vast majority of people I interviewed were white women, and as a white woman, I really need to be thinking about going into this field and what that really means. Will I be able to call out peers because I check off many of the same demographic boxes of them? Will I be blinded to the inequities and oppression that my BIPOC peers face daily? This most likely won't be an either or question, but rather things that I would have to be thinking about all of the time. Although I'm still debating about what my role may be in this field, I want to thank every single person I interviewed for their time, passion, and generosity. As I begin to actually launch the new student advisory board at Tufts, I have a really preliminary list of pointers for people in similar situations. What am I learning? First, collaboration. Think about different student groups on campus and who are doing work that inspires you and reach out to them. Think about other academic museums who are doing work that inspires you and reach out to them. Focus on ways to get buy-in from the people that matter. Who are your stakeholders? Who has the most decision-making power or taste-making power? This is usually the leadership of your campus museum and your student body. I know the museum is there, but why does that matter to me? Is something that I heard over and over within these interviews, because we really need to be operating under the assumption that the majority of the student body is thinking the same thing. Hint, the easiest way to get your institution to matter to a specific group of people may be to ask those people what they care about. Research. Although what you're creating might be something completely new for your institution, you can learn from others and form connections along the way. Make it paid. Remember that knowledge production is labor. Once again, compensation equals respect. Students should feel that their contributions to their museum are productive and important. And finally, read The Art of Relevance by Nina Simon. I honestly cannot emphasize enough how much this book changed my outlook on the work that I was doing. I'm grateful that I happened to read this book during the first week of my fellowship, and it really changed the way that I was looking at things. So if you're watching this, Nina Simon, thank you so much. Additionally, I was thinking about intergenerational dialogue while teaching a virtual course at the Osher Institute of Lifelong Learning to the local elderly community. My students are really engaged with the regional art world as museum goers and patrons because they have the time and money to do so. I had a huge amount of curricular freedom that really made me question what I know and what I see as the most pressing problems in the contemporary art world. I got to decide what I felt was the most important aspects of the history of contemporary art and the museum field today. I, an emerging professional, had the platform to directly tell people in older generations with financial power in the art world what I cared about. This include things like how to retell a whitewashed art history in a more inclusive way and thinking about issues of representation in artists and workers around the world. When I reflect on both of these experiences, I have a renewed sense that if the art industry is going to be successful, it must be intergenerational. Young and emerging professionals must be at the decision-making table. This is probably not news to you, but it's always a helpful reminder. This also means that we must be constantly getting out of our bubbles and into conversations with other generations. We're not here to reinvent the wheel. It's important that we talk to people that have been in the industry for decades because yes, while it's important that young people are at the table, we sometimes don't know what we don't know. We are here to learn, and we're here to insert our generation's voices and ideas that have been silenced over and over again. We deserve to be mentored by older generations and to work in partnership with them. Our partnerships need to be nuanced and contextualized in order to be productive. I'm ready to have more of these often difficult but always fruitful intergenerational dialogues.
So Jillian and I salvaged our lost mass MOCA internships through these opportunities. Yes, we're jaded because we haven't been fairly compensated for our time at previous internships, but we're really jaded at the fact that we're the lucky ones. We had the time, financial stability, and emotional capacity to take on these projects, when in reality, most young professionals can't, especially right now. For all the young people listening, those that are considering or have already left the field, we hear you and we mourn with you. Young artists are experiencing COVID-19 from ground zero. The effects of this moment will follow us throughout the rest of our careers. For myself, I'm questioning where I fit. Before COVID-19, I was hoping to enter the field of general and company management and nonprofit theater, departments that are dominated by white men. Because I'm not at a place in my career where I'm established, I'm in a unique position to be responsive and adaptive to the needs of the industry. Right now, the arts needs financial development, radical government support, and racial equality, among a few things. With my experience on the Emerging Artists Relief Fund, I'm considering pivoting my professional goals towards the arts fundraising landscape. We need to normalize that the path to success in the arts is not linear, and there's beauty in that diversity. Success is not always attending an elite private university. It's not just completing dozens of internships. It's not even just our awards and recognition as artists. We have the agency over our own definition of success, Again, we as emerging professionals are in a unique position to be responsive and adaptive to the needs of the industry.
I'm also still really reckoning with my own future in the museum field. This summer, I was working in higher education professional development, and it's opened my eyes to this whole new can of worms within educational institutions, and I'm still very unsure exactly where my path will lead me. But I think it's really important to be transparent that even if I end up not going into the museum industry, it is not a failure and I am not a failure. And it's not because I couldn't, it's because I decided something else was better for me and I better for it. Maybe I'll find my way into a field or career that doesn't even exist yet. All of the work I'm doing is helpful in crafting the professional I'm working to come. As I continue this work in museums and in higher ed, I'm thinking through similar issues about equity and cultural competency. The institutions that make up museums and the institutions that make up universities are separate but connected cans of worms. Both have whiteness at their core. So I really have to ask myself, where am I taking up too much space and where can I be the most useful? So I'm utilizing my own networks and my own experiences that I've had over the past years, and I'm trying to see what to do next and how I can get the support and respect that I know that I deserve for my career. I'm trying to see how I can utilize my privileges to make my workplace, my institution, and my field a better place for more people. I need to, of course, make this a lifelong journey and not just a box to check. I want to end by asking every other emerging professional watching this right now to start having these conversations with yourselves and with your networks. Start by asking yourself, where am I needed? Where am I not? Think about what you need from your institution and from your industry, and what you'd be prepared to do if you can't get that. And finally, think about what will help you wake up every morning inspired and ready to keep working.
Again, thank you so much for this opportunity. We feel so fortunate to even just share the space today with the other presenters. So thank you so much for your time. If you'd like to stay in touch, our Instagram and emails are listed here, as well as the contact information for Emerging Artist Initiative if you want to reach out to us there. And we're so excited to answer any questions and chat more in the happy hour today. Thank you so much.
Evan and Jillian, you guys give me hope. You are legitimately the future, and forgive me for not realizing that you are just shy of 21. So I am already so impressed and excited, especially reckoning with yourselves going into the field as white professionals and who are able to support BIPOC in the way that you have with the Emerging Artist Initiative. So you're already making fantastic use of your platform and your privilege, and I think you should be extremely proud of what you've accomplished. It's more than any of us did at 21. So
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have a bunch of personal questions, but again, we encourage the chat. If you have any questions for Evan and Jillian, please dump them in there and we will collect them. But first off, one of the questions we had was, since you both found yourselves in positions of not being able to complete your internships as intended, when does it make sense to chart your own path in situations like this? When was the instant that you decided, screw it, I'm going to do it myself?
Jillian, do you want to start?
Sure. I think we both gave ourselves a little bit time to mourn the loss of our internships that we were really excited to complete because we were almost exactly halfway done, and to spend time with family. But in doing so, I think we both felt like a hole that we were really missing. Feeling productive is one thing of being students, but also just working on things that help us get up every day. And I remember one time I was on a good old quarantine walk and I was on the phone with Evan, who was just thinking about EAI before it was what it was today, and just kind of brainstorming about how we could be helpful and learn and use our resources to help others.
Yeah, I'll echo that. And it was definitely, we took the time to be sad and and to mourn, and we literally, it was kind of like we were all just rushed back to high school, sitting in our childhood bedrooms and oh gosh, where am I at now, in my career? Am I done? I was applying to jobs in the tech industry, and it was just incredibly depressing. Not where I wanted to be professionally. And yeah, I would call Jillian, I would FaceTime Jillian and be like, what do you think if mobilized? And I was just looking at relief funds and and talking with my friends about how we weren't eligible for anything, and because of our inexperience. And so yeah, it wasn't an instant click of I need to do this, that cliche inspirational movie moment, but more so an amalgamation or like a gathering of emotions of feeling compelled to do something for other people. So,
and sometimes it was kind of like my work at the Tufts University Art Galleries kind of fell into my lap because I reached out to hear about what they were envisioning for the fall and was like, I would love to help in any way possible. So the position was created for me, which I'm really grateful for.
Yeah, that's something that I hope other people who are thinking of starting their grassroots organizations, us included, we definitely had a mourning period. We went through the stages of grief, and I think that's actually extremely important so you don't go through burnout. If you charge 100% and not give yourself time to really reckon with the situation you're in, that it can multiply an
exactly.
already difficult
Yeah.
situation.
And like artists in particular, we're very responsive people. And we always feel like we have to like act in a situation. And like EAI is a manifestation of that with me, like always wanting to like do something in the moment. And like it just to the point earlier, like it's okay, like you said, Emma, to just like exist and like just reckon with what's happening
It
in
really
the
is.
world. And not because what's happening is truly unordinary and threatening. And so it's okay to just exist.
And another key instance that I think you both brought up in creating EAI is that you already sort of have to be established to even apply for other kinds of grants. And that not only I think applies to artists, but also emerging people who want to work in museums. There aren't that many high school internships, certainly not paid. You have to have already completed some degree of coursework, which is nuts because a lot of these internships are not intended to be that in depth anyway, especially the ones that are unpaid. So as you're going forward with the Emerging Artists Initiative, are you thinking about even offering it to even younger folks who are just really emerging, or what do you think?
That's a really good question. And honestly, to be honest with you, it's not something that we've actually addressed as a team. But with the relief funds specifically, we actually didn't receive out any applications out of all the over 1,700 from anyone under 18 or kind of that high school range. Everyone was, above 18. So I haven't thought about that. And no, I'm going to write that down and think about that because that is such a good point about how, I mean, like those opportunities aren't just aren't available for high school students. And so the easy answer is no, I haven't thought about that. And I will think about that.
Yeah, let's see. So we don't have any audience questions yet, but I just want to keep talking to you guys forever. So what's the response been from not just the people who've applied to AI, but people who've attended your talks? What has the response been from that audience? Has it been mostly positive, or have they had any constructive thoughts?
Yeah, it's been mostly positive. In terms of really, EAI is very like dual-sided. So we've got this relief fund that we launched and we sent out. Unfortunately, we had to send out a lot of rejections. But we also, on the positive side, have been able to send out like 20, like 19 and 20 positive, lifelines basically. But on the opposite side of the outreach work, we have gotten really positive responses from like the educational resources that we're posting and like the activism that we're promoting on our page. We're kind of working right now to be a space for coping and healing for young artists in this moment, and amplifying other people that are promoting awareness and accounts like Gift to the Museum and like for the culture and stuff like that, amplifying those voices. But for ourselves, we really want to be a space, just like Noah talked about earlier, for like community and for healing. So the response has been very positive so far. So, and we've been thankful for the support.
That's really great to hear, especially since you guys are tirelessly doing this work for free. And again, people donate. So one day maybe you guys can be compensated for your time working on it. So I think maybe one of the last things I want to ask, unless there's an audience question, is how long do you see yourself working on this conceivably in a way that is sustainable for you guys and your health and your sanity, because it's already been so successful. Do you see turning this into its own organization forever?
Good question. So like Jillian's role on the relief assessment team has kind of like abated now just because we're not in the relief fund like application process anymore. But in terms of EAI, as an organization, and I really don't know. We have this conversation every week. We have a meeting in 30 minutes. We're going to talk about it, and it's so hard because we're all volunteer, and I'm a full-time student right now. I'm finishing my last semester, and frankly, a lot of us just don't have the emotional capacity to take on such a huge project like this. And I loved what Noah said earlier about like how this is slow work, and some weeks you just can't. And that is so true for our project. Like some weeks we literally just are like, we cannot have a meeting this week. We cannot post anything. Like I know last week was particularly rough. And so it's really kind of like our own separate hobby right now that we're all trying to do in addition to the work that we're already doing in our own artistic communities and the service industries, I guess. So, yeah.
And also forgive me, I keep forgetting that both of you are students, and I cannot even imagine juggling this and also being a full-time student. I'm even more in awe of the both of you.
Yeah, Jillian has like 3 jobs. Jillian's the busiest person I know.
God, I mean, isn't that the way? But we are going to destroy these systems, right? And then it's going to be perfect, and young people won't have to struggle.
There you go. There you go.
Exactly.
That's the future. Do you guys have any concluding thoughts? Anything else you'd like to shout out?
No, I
Jillian?
think donating if you can or resharing the EAI pages would be super, super helpful. And you have our contact information if anyone has more comments or questions for us.
Okay, you guys, this was fantastic. You guys are giving me so much hope for the future. And even though you're 2 jaded interns, you seem full of hope and full of drive, and we love to see it. And keynote here, don't burn yourself out, work on what you can, and please, please donate anything to EAI because they're doing fantastic work. So thank you, Evan and Jillian. We'll say goodbye here. And
Thank you
so much for your time.
Thank
Bye, guys.
you.
Thank you.
So another fantastic presentation is coming up, but we are going to take a 15-minute break. So please look forward to Museum Workers Speak. And this is going to be a longer session, about 60 minutes, and it's going to be more of a panel type discussion. We will be taking questions at the end, but just be prepared to sit for a nice lengthy discussion between Museum Workers Speak panelists. So get right back here at 2 o'clock, and we will see you then. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Thanks for sticking around to our last but most excited, what we're most excited for, presentation featuring just some of the members of Museum Workers Speak. So Museum Workers Speak is a collective of activist museum workers interrogating the relationship between museums' stated commitments to social value and their internal labor practices. Born out of a rogue session about labor issues at the American Alliance of Museums 2015 meeting, Museum Workers Speak grew into a collective of museum activists pushing for social change at the intersection of labor, access, and inclusion. Since 2015, they've continued to advocate and organize from outside of the walls of museums to build solidarity and exert pressure on museum leadership to protect workers. It is my honor to introduce our speakers, and I will let them introduce themselves and their pronouns. Take it away, you guys.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Alyssa Greenberg. I use she, her pronouns. My relationship to Museum Workers Speak is that I was one of the founding members in 2015, and I am currently a recovering museum worker. A visual description is that I am sitting outside on my porch in Toledo, Ohio. I have brown curly hair that is blowing slightly in the wind, and I'm wearing a Museums Are Not Neutral t-shirt. Next up is Christian.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christian Ramirez. Sorry, got a frog in my throat. I am a brown-skinned cisgendered woman who lives in Phoenix, Arizona. I've met up with Museum Workers Speak through a mass action call when the baby idea of the relief fund was coming together, and I've helped with the application process and getting all that kind of dialed in for the lottery. And yeah, visual description of myself. I have a messy blend going. My hoops are on, and then behind me I have a bookcase and some plants. And then next is
me.
Gwen.
Hi, everybody. My name is Gwen Fernandez. I use she, her pronouns. I joined up with Museum Workers Speak a little later in May, also through mass action and that collective. I am a recovering museum worker as well. Prior to COVID-19, I was employed as the Interpretation and Accessibility Manager at Phoenix Art Museum, and I was laid off in early April. As a way of a visual description, I'm a cisgender white woman. I have long brown hair with lots of gray streaks. I'm wearing multicolored hoop acetate earrings, and I'm coming to you from my home. There's a white wall behind me and a brick wall to my right, and I'm wearing my Museums Are Not Neutral t-shirt, and a big shout out and thanks to Mike and Latanya for donating all the proceeds of this campaign to the Museum Workers Relief Fund. I'll pass it off to Hannah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Hannah Heller. My pronouns are she, hers. I am a museum educator out of New York City. I got looped into Museum Workers Speak through Alyssa, mass action stuff, and with Gwen, we coordinate our social media stuff, and have also been involved in some of our writing projects. I am wearing a purple, you can't really tell, but I miss going to museums t-shirt, another one of our campaigns to help raise money for the fund. I'm a white woman. I have brown hair that is pulled back because I gave myself a terrible haircut and I don't know what else to do with it. I'm sitting in my apartment surrounded by plants and furniture and clutter. And I'll say also that I'm a contractual educator and have been at 0 hours since March. And work is slowly trickling in, but I have feelings about it for sure. And I'm gonna pass it off to Kate.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kate Swisher, and I am a cisgender white woman who uses she, her pronouns. I live in Chicago, where I've been since 2014, and I am fortunate to currently be employed, although we are all operating at my museum at a 10% pay cut since July that has been indefinite. So that has been hard. And I have been involved with Museum Workers Speak since we began back in April of 2015, helping to organize our Rogue session at AAM and some subsequent branch meetups in Chicago. And since we launched our mutual fund back in May, I've been helping out with kind of various writing, editing, and planning tasks. For my visual description, I am a white-skinned woman with chin-length dark curly hair and glasses. I'm wearing a purple and black checked short-sleeved shirt, and my background is my dining room, where you might be able to see some floral art behind me and a pink plastic flamingo festooned with pom-poms. And last but definitely not least, I'm going to pass it off to Paula.
Thanks, Kate, and thanks everyone for starting us off. My name is Paula Santos. I am based in Chicago, Illinois, and I am very thankful that Kate is nearby. I am a cisgendered Mexican woman that has this kind of a summer tan going after all of my recent hikes. I am one of the co-founders of the Museum Workers Relief Fund with Alyssa Greenberg, and it has been great to know Alyssa and Kate actually since 2015 when I attended that Rogue session, and little did I know that so much of our history would transpire over 5 years. And a visual description is I have long black hair. I'm wearing a red lip today, and my bookshelves behind me are really, really messy, and they all belong to my husband. So thank you all for joining us. I want to acknowledge that all of you are taking the time in your afternoon to hear about our work. So thank you so much. So I think Hannah, we can start presenting, and then we can start with some of the slides that we have. Just to give you a sense of the format, we're gonna go through some information that we have and want to share with you. And then we have some questions that we are truly grappling with, like in real time. And we're gonna discuss them with all of you. If you wanna follow us on Twitter, definitely feel free. Those are our handles. All right, so let's move into the first slide. To give you an overview, the Museum Workers Relief Fund was first conceived around late March, April, and Alyssa was like, we should do this under Museum Workers Speak. It will be a great way to revive Museum Workers Speak after a short hiatus. We were able to tap into the networks that were already in existence through Museum Workers Speak, and also Mass Action from the Minneapolis Institute of Arts. Mass Action has already come up a lot, not only with us, but with other presentations. And thinking about the organizing networks that we're creating today and how they're built on previous networks, it just really makes me so certain that the work we're doing now is so foundational for any type of change that we are trying to do at our respective institutions, at the field level, in terms of labor conditions. The details of the relief fund are that we initially started out with our goal of raising $50,000. Thankfully, we were able to raise that, I think I would say maybe in about a month or so. Like, it was really quick. The support that the people in our field gave to the fund was immense and rapid and furious. And to date, our new goal is $100,000. And so far, as of yesterday, I think when I updated these figures, we have raised $81,800. This money has come from 885 individual contributors. So this is a fund made up of small contributions. every little bit that people have put into the fund has allowed us to grow. Another interesting number here is that even though we have 885 contributors, we have 978 contributions, which means that there are several people out there who have contributed more than once. And when we began our intros, you saw that there's specifically 2 t-shirt campaigns, Museums Are Not Neutral, and I Miss Going to Museums. And Mara Kurlansky, Latanya Autry, and Mike Morawski have helped us raise thousands upon thousands of dollars out of their own initiative to contribute to the fund. This is completely grassroots. In fact, this has been an effort that has put us at some financial risk because we are doing this out of, first of all, volunteer time, but then also out of like our PayPal accounts, GoFundMe's. You know, we don't necessarily have this big institutions paying out these funds. Like we're truly like Venmoing people $500. And we're doing it through Google Forms, and we're corresponding with people through email. And right now, our fund is definitely fueled by museum workers and people in their adjacent networks, which I think has been so amazing for getting us to this point of nearly $82,000. And Dr. Portia Moore, who has been part of our organizing group, has connected us, for example, to library workers and the struggles of library workers. And she has expanded our network in that arena. And there is another campaign, a t-shirt campaign that was lent to us called #Information by Dr. Nicole Cook, I believe. So our network is expanding, but we're really at this point where what do we need for those next $20,000? Like that's where we truly are. And then what do we do once we raise that money? In terms of our recipients, and we're really going to get into some of the meat of the applicants in this session. We have been able to give so far 120 $500 gifts to museum workers who have reached out to us through our application process and were furloughed, laid off, financially affected by COVID-19. We have had 6 lottery rounds that we had focused on frontline, security, visitor services, retail facilities. And specifically, we have been very, very mindful of the fact that Black, POC, Native American museum workers already make a small percentage of the museum working field, but they make a large percentage of the frontline staff of our museums. And those are the jobs that have been affected and were in precarious positions even pre-COVID-19. So by us being able to do these individual like $10,000 rounds of lotteries, we have been able to be agile to what's going on in the layoff world. So one example I'm going to give is that when the uprisings began for the murder of George Floyd in Minnesota, we saw either silence or solidarity statements that from museums that really papered over the history and the inaction by many institutions. So we felt that it was absolutely necessary that our fund prioritize Black museum workers in that time. So we have done now several rounds prioritizing Black museum workers. We will give out another 5,000 this week. We took a little bit of a break to, just sort of catch our breath and kind of see where we're landing now that we're at this home stretch of at least our financial goal. So next slide.
So this is Alyssa Greenberg speaking, and I'm going to say a few words about our application process before we get into some of the results of our survey and other information. So incorporating a survey into our application process was something that we knew we wanted to do from very early on. This was a strategy to build a collective, to build a sense of solidarity among museum workers, to organize museum workers through a shared understanding that we aren't experiencing this alone. We aren't experiencing it in a vacuum. And by sharing our experiences, we can produce, some data and information that can be relevant to all of us. And, as museum workers, we all know inherently how important archiving and documenting really is. And this is data about museum labor and museum labor demographics that isn't really readily accessible or available outside of research like ours. So in selecting the questions that we did, obviously there were a million questions we would have loved to ask on this survey. We're so curious to know all about the people who are working in our field and who've been impacted by COVID-19. And we really just wanted to hone it down by having an emphasis on intersectionality. We wanted to gather as holistic a view as we could and try to see how and explore how patterns of identities and labor might intersect to figure out and better understand how COVID-19 is impacting museum workers. If we had had unlimited space, it would have been fascinating to ask, are you the caregiver of dependents? Is your access to health care and health insurance contingent on your museum job? There's so much we want to know, about what's going on in the field right now. So 2 more things to keep in mind before we go into some of the information we've gathered. One is that we had an explicit request for our applicants to self-select. So keep that in mind when you're looking at our data. Any museum worker in the US who was laid off, furloughed, or otherwise severely impacted by COVID-19 was eligible for our funds, but they were intended specifically for those in the most precarious financial situations, even pre-crisis. And so Paula mentioned some of those conditions before, but whether you're frontline staff, whether you're part-time, temporary, or contract, whether you're a freelancer, if you're living paycheck to paycheck, those who don't have generational wealth to lean on, paid and unpaid interns, those working fewer hours, and caregivers of dependents. So that's so those people are the ones that self-selected to apply for our fund. And finally, also consider that this form was available in both English and Spanish to hopefully increase our accessibility. And now I'm going to turn it over to Gwen and Hannah to share some of our data results.
Thank you, Alyssa. This is Gwen speaking. So I'm going to start us off. Actually, Hannah, can we stay on the other slide real quick? Thanks. I'm going to start us off just going through some of the demographic information and some of the quantitative data, and then we're going to dive more into the qualitative data. And this is really where we can start to do some analysis of the stories that are inside of all of this data. So kicking things off, as Alyssa said, this was a self-selected group, and also we must state that this data cannot be extrapolated to look at the field of all museum workers who have been impacted at this time. It specifically speaks to the 630 applications that were reviewed for this analysis. So all of this information is based on those individuals who selected into applying for this relief fund. So when we tallied everything up, and again, this is 630 applications. This is current as of around August 15th. We found that 63% of our applicants have been working in the field of museums for less than 5 years. So this was surprising and not surprising. We know that in these times, those that were more recently hired or might be in part-time positions, working in frontline positions, were some of the first to go. And also these are individuals who may not have as much savings or solidity to fall back on. but still that is a huge number, 63%. We also saw that our applicants were coming from 35 states across the country. So that's a pretty large number of our nationwide effort, which has been something we've talked a lot about in our group. Concentrations were in urban areas. Chicago and New York specifically were two high areas. We also saw a lot of concentration in smaller communities. Marfa, Texas, and North Adams were two where we saw a lot of the same zip code. And I think this speaks to some of how people have been hearing about the fund. So it's been through, mostly through word of mouth and through our social media efforts. So through our own personal networks, through the networks of recipients. So every time we work with a recipient to get them paid, we ask that they share the fund and continue to spread the word in their networks. So places like Marfa, where the Chinati Foundation is located, small community, or North Adams, where Mass MoCA is located, you can see that word of mouth is working. We also, and this was when we talked a lot about as a group, 40% earn less than $20,000 a year. Just gonna stay there for a second. Less than $20,000 a year. And if we look at the next household income bracket up to $35,000, 71% of our applicants make less than $34,000 a year. And Onyx really spoke to some of these issues earlier in her presentation about pay disparity and showing just the precarious nature that so many of our colleagues are working in. Not surprising, 3/4 of our applicants were laid off or furloughed at the time of their application. And one thing about our data is that we have people who apply back when the fund was launched in April, and those who've applied as layoffs and impacts have continued to pile up over the summer. And we know some people applied sort of in anticipation that furloughs were coming, and some people's work may have been impacted in different ways since their application. 60% were part-time, contract, freelance, or seasonal workers. Again, not a super surprising number, and 40% were or are full-time workers. So I say are because our fund does also support those who've had their pay reduced or their hours reduced as a result of COVID-19. And finally, over half worked in art museums. According to AAM, 41% of their accredited museums are art museums, but in our fund, over half of our applicants were coming from art museums. The next group down was historic house museums and sites, and it was a pretty significant drop down, and it was spread throughout all different types of museums from there. So a large number of our applicants are coming from art museums. So also our applicants are coming from every sector of the museum. The slide now is showing a bar chart where we've shown out the different areas of work within the museum sector. And you can see here that visitor services and education account for about half of the applicants. So they were disproportionately affected within our fund, but the effects are felt in every aspect of the work. And also piggybacking off of something that Onyx said earlier, one thing that we noticed is that so many people stated that they work in different areas of the museum. So it might be that their position spans different parts of the museum, or also they have several part-time positions in different museums that may account for different types of work. Next slide. And also looking at the racial demographics. So this is a very simplified look at the racial makeup of our applicant pool. You can see but this pie chart on the left, color-coded, it breaks down the different groups. So our applicants were 44% self-identified as white. So this sort of correlates to what we know about our field being largely white, but also we see other racial groups fairly well represented within the applicant pool as well. Black or African American was the next largest group, followed by Latinx applicants and Asian applicants. Also to note that we did want to honor the multiracial identities of folks. So that was about 8.89% of our applicants identified as multiracial. This isn't included in the slide, but we have been looking also at sort of how the difference between applicants versus recipients of the fund. And we do see the racial groups start to balance out a little bit with some of the efforts that Paula mentioned earlier. So I'll turn it over to Hannah to take us into some of the qualitative data.
Sorry, I figured I'd have to unmute, and now I'm going to come back. Okay. So like Alyssa said, we were really interested in hearing more from our applicants about who they are and where they're coming from and why they're applying. So we asked 3 qualitative questions, and I'm going to speak to 2 of these. So we asked people, how are you feeling about museums right now? And as you might guess, uncertain, worry, and anger is the category that came up the most. But I also want to list some of the words and phrases that like fall within this category, but speak directly to the like breadth of emotionality that are coming from our applicants. Exploited, disposable, don't value us, unheard, toxic culture, abandoned, mistreated, disillusioned, sad, powerless, numb, empty gestures, frustrated, disheartened, widespread malpractice, upset but not surprised, elitism at core, maintaining white supremacy, centering dominant voices, emotionally drained, done with museums, lack of trust, capitalism, objects over people, and I could go on. And if any of this is resonating with you, then you're very much in good company. But we also saw a lot of hopeful responses, or responses that reflect some positive feelings that people are having about museums right now. People miss their colleagues, they miss their friends, they miss their visitors, the audiences that they used to work with. They feel hopeful in museums as institutions, and hopeful and believe in the stories that we can tell. But a lot of people reflect sort of like a conflicted mixture of these two. You know, I feel really burned personally by my institution, but I still have hope in the field, and that we're going to come back from this and we can work through this together. When we might do like some deeper analysis as to when these different responses came in, that someone who replied in May may feel really differently now about their museum. But I think this conflicted data is kind of instructive, particularly for this context where this is a group of people that are really hungry for transformative action, radical change. What is this going to look like? And as we push towards that, I think we should also be really thoughtful. I don't know how or what this looks like, but just really mindful of the people who are still really attached to the models that we know and are familiar with. And that, you know, when change comes, to be mindful of the way that we're bringing people along with us. We also really wanted to know what prompted people to apply. And this is where you really start to see some of the whole stories behind the numbers, behind the demographics. People were already struggling before COVID, and Onyx spoke to this. I mean, and if you were there for when people were reporting their own salaries, these are low salaries. We were already struggling as a whole field. And it's not just that people have been laid off or their hours reduced, but people are supporting sick family members, sick children, and now they have to figure out health insurance because they've lost their jobs. People are sole caretakers of their families. Maybe they're sick themselves. These stories are, they're important, and they, in case you still needed convincing, they really indicate clearly, I think, there's no really other word besides evil, the evilness of our institutions that are ignoring, or maybe they know and don't care, that these are the people that they're discarding, who have sacrificed so much to our institutions and are being left behind. And Gwen now is going to talk about our third qualitative question.
Thank you, Hannah. This is Gwen again. So our third question was, what is your vision for the future of museum spaces? So we were really interested to know more about how applicants were envisioning what happens next. And like Hannah was just saying, there was a mix of hopeful and less hopeful responses. So those who were looking forward to a day when they can get back to work, they can get back into their routines with their colleagues, their visitors, and those that were less hopeful, that saw the obstacles to museums being able to operate as they had or should continue to operate in the way that they had. And I think these this mix of hope and less hope, there's pessimism, there's the word, shows us also that, you know, these workers are people who are really dedicated to what the work that they were doing, the people that they were serving, and to see just the lack of care that has gone into what we're seeing happen across the country really plays out in each person's story. Further analysis of these responses sort of showed a breakdown into two broad categories. So first, people shared visions that were more practical or physical, with a real concern around safety. So the notion that as public spaces and gathering in a time of a pandemic, that there would be a necessity to think about the safety of workers and visitors, and that this would likely create different necessary changes to policies and procedures, everything from how many people are allowed into the museum to how exhibition spaces are laid out, how programs are conducted. So workers, as we do, really thinking about how we would be doing our work in this new reality. And there was also a lot of acknowledgement that technology and the need to leverage technology would exist, and that museums needed to do more in this arena, possibly as hybrid spaces, but certainly in allowing more digital access to the work of museums. And then there were a lot of more philosophical visions. So these sort of broke down into kind of three broad categories. So a lot of applicants were talking about the need for museums to be by and for the communities that they serve. There were a lot of things about respect, about creating dialogues, and these responses were inclusive of everything from museums should be abolished and all of their assets turned back over to their communities, to new ways of practice and working that take into account everyone who is a part of the museums. Also, the need for the work to be inclusive and accessible. So not only in terms of who is working in museums, but how the work is being done, whose stories are being told by museums, and how we are all able to equally have access to that information and to those experiences. And not surprisingly, being the organization that we are, we also heard a lot from people with this notion of we need to share the wealth. So this was all about pay disparity. So people talking about the need to restructure pay in museums, also to hierarchies and how power is dispersed and shared. So there were comments about abolishing boards, about rethinking the ways that we work together. Also, interestingly, included in this were applicants talking about the wealth of our institutions, so that things like entrance fees and making more programs free and accessible and breaking down the barriers to access, financial barriers to access. And also some comments around decolonization and returning objects to their rightful communities.
So this is Hannah again, and we also wanted to share the data that we received from the listening session, all the ideas that we heard from the 80 or so museum workers that showed up to help discuss, help figure out a path forward. What beyond a relief fund do museum workers need right now? And what might our next steps be as a collective? And three clear messages emerged. The first, workers want community and connection, particularly as people are being laid off and no longer have their institutional communities and support networks and colleagues to support them. They're looking to the wider field for mutual support and care. People want resources for protest and resistance. We want to learn from each other's expertise. Unionizing came up a lot, but so did open letter campaigns, formulating lists of demands, sharing, how do we share our language for advocacy, asking a question that I think many of us are asking, what can I do now? Whether we still have our jobs or not, what can I be doing to advocate for myself and for others, and demand accountability for my institutions and other ones. And third, museum workers want change. We want radically reimagined models of leadership and museum practices. Collective models of leadership came up a lot. What does a flattened, model of leadership look like? If you de-hierarchize our like crazy pyramid models, we're demanding more from the organizations who purport to, or in theory, are supposed to be supporting us. We want advocacy, and of course, AAM comes up in this conversation. Our most powerful org that is supposed to be representing workers. I'm sure many of us are members, and yet don't feel that representation. And we know it's possible. We know that, for example, the Society of American Archivists gave seed money to the Archival Workers Fund. We know that NAEA came out with a strongly worded letter in support of museum workers. We know it's possible. It's just that ours chooses not to. But I think it's also worth saying that on some level, this is understandable insofar like we acknowledge that AAM exists in conflict. Like unlike these other orgs, it tries to represent the interests of both institutions and workers, and inevitably these interests are going to be at odds. We saw this during the salary transparency debate, and we're seeing it very clearly right now. So internally, we're trying to figure out what it might look like to fill that niche that AAM has abandoned. And what does a museum workers org look like? It is a really big question. We have some ideas, and that beget more questions. So definitely stay tuned, but we hear ya. And we're gonna go now to some open conversation questions.
Yeah, so this is Kate speaking, and for this portion of our session, we wanted to have kind of a more informal conversation that I will moderate, sort of seeking to replicate the feel of our weekly conversations that we have amongst ourselves, where we ask ourselves these very questions that we're talking about today, and the conversation around them is so rich and generative and kind of helps us try to figure out our place in the museum landscape and our path forward. And we've been asking ourselves a lot of these questions in the present moment as we kind of look at what we've done with the fund already and where we go from here. So for the first question that I want to open up, I want to frame this by saying we've been really inspired by the space that Death to Museums has created for radical conversations. So many presenters have really brought the fire to these sessions. It's been awesome to see. And so one question that we tackled in preparing to share our work here was, is mutual aid a radical act? So I'll open it up for anyone who wants to answer.
I'll start. So as we were chatting this morning in preparation for today, I think one of my, I was a little bit nervous because, so many of the speakers at Death to Museums have really brought this like fire, like let's reinvent, let's undo and redo, right, in our, radical image. And when I think about our project, and this mutual aid project, I think about how there's like such a tenderness to it that I don't know how it works with this like radical like fire, and that's something that I am thinking about quite a lot. We use words like care. I know that several community organizers will say things like, outside of museums and in more community settings, will say things like, organizing's born out of love, and that feels like so soft, so I'm struggling with that.
This is Christian. I'm going to chime in on that. Thinking about, yes, that conversation on where does tenderness fit. And I feel like a lot of that for myself is the burn it all down feeling is coming out of love and care. Is that I'm mad. I'm mad at the way that my colleagues have been treated within my own institution as well as around the country. And we deserve better. And so, like, if in this moment, what my form of burning it down is to be able to support and try to like fundraise for this fund. And I'm not a fundraiser by trade by any means, but in this case, because I care so deeply about every person that submitted an application in a way that I wasn't necessarily expecting myself to. I just want them to have the things that they need. So like, it's still coming from an angry place, but in this moment, it's able to kind of funnel itself into a more tender place. And even, I guess for myself anyways, that burn it down feeling just comes purely from the desire that like everyone is respected and taken care of. So it's like both, I guess, for me.
This is Gwen. I want to build off what Christian was just saying. I mean, anger is such an informative emotion. Like, it is really what points us to where things aren't working. So it's really important that we all have space to acknowledge and understand anger and allow it to be and understand its source point. But ultimately, anger isn't what's going to build new systems. I think that's Paula, the love and the tenderness and the care, that from that space are we going to be able to build institutions and models that bring that into the way that we do the work. But the anger has to be there to light the pathway, to burn it all down. And I just want to say in a public space, thanks to Christian for helping me get to the burn it all down place. It's taken a lot of love on her part to get me there.
And I would just like to add that in addition to love and tenderness, one of those other, concepts that's right along with those is hope. And one really formative moment for me in our museum workers speak journey in 2020 was, I don't know how many of you saw this, and I can drop the link in the chat in a second, but the Seattle Art Museum hoax, there was a Yes Men style hoax that I believe the people who did this are still, their identities are still a mystery. But it was basically a fake press release that said that the Seattle Art Museum was going to dissolve and all of its assets would be distributed to POC-led arts institutions in the Seattle area. And for some reason, that press release just spread really quickly within our internal Slack channel. And so we were all responding to it really fast before it came out that it was a hoax. And I believed it. I absolutely believed it. And I know I'm not the only one in the group who absolutely believed in it. And it was just, I was overcome with this, feeling of hope and upliftingness that I wasn't expecting. And, that was a really informative pedagogical moment for me. And I think for many in our collective that, wow, there really is, hope for museums. We don't just want to burn them down, but we actually have a vision of what could happen next. Like that rightness, that sense of justice in that moment really made me believe that there is a future after we burn it all down.
I think one thing I'd love to add in terms of mutual aid, and then other times that we've presented, we've gone a little bit more into like why we decided to do a mutual aid fund rather than like a need-based fund, for example, because that is also a tension. Like there are some people out there that I guess through their tax returns or pay stubs, we could have said this is the most deserving of the fund of this fund. I think about my own history. My family's not incredibly politicized or anything like that. However, mutual care and mutual aid, as we have described it politically, has always existed. There's always been neighbors who take care of kids, neighbors who take care the kids to school. There's always been someone doesn't have $20 to go to the grocery store. Here's $20. So these networks of care have existed, and they've always been highly politicized, obviously, because of the people who have needed them. And for us, I know at least in our conversations in the beginning, is that it was really important for us to have this as a political education project as well, along with, the material, hopefully relief that, $500 would make in someone's life.
So building on that previous question and kind of going on these responses about, burning it all down, radical tenderness, when does mutual aid end? Is there an end?
This is Christian again. I don't think so, man. Like, people always need to be taken care of, like, no matter what, even in the good times. That's why, like, we save, right? Is that you just never know what's going to happen. And like, even, I guess it's exactly what you were saying, Paula, is that we've been doing these things. That's what having family is, and what having friends are, and having a community is that, like, if you're hurting, I'm here for you. And so, like, I just feel like this is a way of being able to expand that out of into the greater museum community, is that, like, I don't need to know you to know that, like, you are hurting, and I don't need to know you to want to help you. Especially in the museum context, is like, we've all been burned in some way. So, like, I think that that's one of the nice things with this, and something that definitely, I feel like, came out of the listening session, that was kind of prompted at the beginning of trying to figure out, like, what happens next. Like, are we going to try to fundraise forever? What does that even mean? What does that look like? Do we have that kind of capacity? And especially since, as the data reflects, it's museum workers helping museum workers. This isn't something that's really made it out of this network of people. So, like, we can't be relying on that to be the forever solution. So what does it look like to care in a different way? And I really enjoyed the listening session to be able to hear, I guess it kind of validated a lot of the things that we were already talking about, and kind of helped support that we were on the right track of people just really needing a sense of community. And I don't think that will ever go away. And if anything, has just been amplified by COVID, that, like, we all just miss our people. So I don't see it ever going away. It just, we are calling it something new now. Like, the term mutual aid is new to me, but the concept is something, as Paula said, that is just what people do.
I sort of feel like until every single museum pays all of its workers a living wage, there will always be a need.
This is Gwen. Yeah, and I think something we've said as our group is we know that $500 is never going to make anyone whole. And even with $100,000 as our fundraising goal, with 630 plus applications, that doesn't even get $500 in the pockets of everyone who's applied to the fund. So the financial need will exist for a long time, and will only stop when our structures pay more equally. And I'm seeing in the chat someone talking about this, like, mutual care model within our hierarchies. If we create organizational spaces that are based in the principles of mutual aid and care, like, what can that look like? And I think that's something that we've talked so much about, and even just how we are going about our work, trying to be very mindful of the process of organizing as, like, one mini model for how we can make collective decision making, and also, like, care for one another. Our weekly meetings are a space of great healing for me, in the way that, we show up and really talk to each other as people, and also really debate these important questions for our field.
Actually, Gwen, this is Paula talking. Gwen, something that you mentioned now is about taking the time to make decisions. So to be completely transparent with everyone, we're at this point where we're sustaining the fund. We do have some money in the bank. We're able to, you know, distribute more funds upcoming, and people are still contributing, thankfully. But it's taking us time to say to each other, okay, let's become a 501c3. And this is what we're going to do with our 501c3. It's taking us time to decide we're going to be a membership, a museum workers membership association. So deciding like what that next goal is taking a lot of time. And this model allows us to do that. I guess I'm thinking about like my current museum work. I'm salaried, and my job has been, relatively safe throughout the pandemic, and I just don't have that luxury of time of choosing what the right path is for communities, for colleagues, because things have to keep happening. We have to continue on a schedule of some sort. We have to reopen, like whatever that is. Like there's always this external pressure that with ourselves, we're able to just like kind of let ourselves breathe into the process. And I'm saying that for myself because I love to have a goal. So.
Yeah, I just want to chime in and say another thing that has come up in some of our conversations is kind of like, as we're critiquing the way that museum leadership has responded to this crisis, the way that we so often hear leadership framing museums as family, museum staff as family, and how in times of crisis, it really becomes nakedly apparent that this is not how you treat a family member. You don't lay off your family. You don't endanger your family. You don't exploit your family. It's really a hollow kind of manipulative language to use. And so what I think that we're doing is creating something closer to a chosen family where we're entering into this consensual family relationship with all of our fellow workers and agreeing that we're going to look out for each other, including in times where everyone is experiencing hardship, especially in those times. So I think that might be a good transition to our next question, which is what makes us mutuals and how does that shape our work, both currently and moving forward?
I just need a moment to sit with what you just said, Kate. Wow. Like that was just really, really beautiful.
Just the first thought that comes to my mind is I'm not sure necessarily who I'm finding mutual, but it's becoming clearer and clearer who is not. And we have 630 odd applicants times 500 is help, like in the $360,000 range, which is a huge sum, and a drop in someone's bucket, maybe many someone's buckets, and they're choosing not to see us, and so it's just clarifying to me who it's individuals and organizations who. I don't want to dwell on anger, but sometimes I find anger energizing as far as clarifying we're working for people and also in opposition to some.
Yeah, I'm going to go off of what you just said, Hannah. This is Christian. And I think it's something that we've talked a lot about too, is that like, it's in the name, like museum workers, like that's who we're here for. Like that's who we're grinding for. And that's who we are like wanting to take care of and be for. So like, for me, anyone who's submitted an application, anyone who's on this call, anyone who identifies as a museum worker, like, you're my mutual, like, I have your back and I want to take care of you and I'm going to do what I can. And I flubbed up at the beginning on my little intro, but I'm still a museum worker. I took a salary cut, and like at the beginning of the conversations, when I like kind of knew that this was coming, like I offered that up if it meant that it was going to help keep people, and that's not the way that it went down. So it's just like, I think that that's like a pretty big crux too, is understanding that like salary cuts in my mind meant that we would get to keep people, but what was actually internalized was like, we're doing that and we're getting rid of people. So that's just like something that I've been sitting with. It was 10%. I don't make much money. I'm in the education department, so it's not like it was really going to do a ton to save the museum money. But then we are seeing like directors and senior staff that can't be bothered to maybe take a part of a cut, which like if you did just take 20% of their salary, could save 20 people at their museum. So going off of what you said, Hannah, too, like it's been even more apparent who is not on the team, but like anyone who is needing support, if I can help you, I'm going to do what I can.
And of course, all of the people who applied to our fund are museum workers, but overwhelmingly, the people who have donated to and supported our fund are also museum workers. You know, many of the names you'll see in our GoFundMe, and people like Mike and Latanya from Museums Are Not Neutral, like these are people who have been in the museums and social justice game, you know, for years and years and years. You know, these are our mutuals, right? Like we are each other's mutuals. As Christian said, like this is museum workers speak, like we're here from each other. And something that's come up a little bit in the chat right now is just, you know, the fact that people don't really know outside of the museum field what's been going on right now, the struggle of museum workers right now. Like this is very much like insider baseball. This is very much an insider's game. And you know, what are the power dynamics at play there right now? You know, if you've been following what's going on the DIA staff action page right now, the museum has unleashed these, you know, terrifying lawyers to try and question people who've been involved in staff actions there. And you know, that's not in the news. Instead, it's happy stories about, you know, the museum reopening or what have you. You know, what are the power dynamics that are keeping this struggle, you know, this project within these, you know, very narrow boundaries, and how do we counteract that?
Alyssa, and this is also to build off of Hannah, and this is Paula speaking. One of the things, you know, when Hannah said that, you know, I know who my mutuals aren't, who is not my mutual, right? And Alyssa, you're bringing up like the power that museums have in shaping their image, shaping their labor force, and also uh, who they answer to, like even beyond the museum, right? So it's not only that whoever is inside the museum, but it's where the money is coming from. And one thing I was thinking about yesterday, and we were all kind of joking around in one of our phone calls about how it all comes down to capitalism. It's capitalism's problem. One thing that I am seeing in museums that is already happening in our larger economic climate society is the hoarding of power, and at the top of very, very few individuals slash institutions. So by getting rid of your labor force, you know, having fewer little people around to pay or to answer to, like museums are hoarding their power and saying, we're keeping this bubble, you know, however big they want to draw that bubble, and, you know, hoarding it for themselves until this all blows over or people forget that thousands of museum workers were laid off, and then they start rehiring again. Or in the case, I think I just saw the Whitney Museum is, and they're not the only ones posting new jobs, you know, and not rehiring other staff, their former staff. So I was thinking, I was like, oh my God, it's like Jeff Bezos in Amazon. Like he's hoarding billions and the supply chain. So then these museums are consolidating, you know, power.
and maybe this is off topic, but my question is like, how is this not grounds for de-accreditation? This seems like clear malpractice, misuse of funds that have been dedicated for a very specific purpose, complete disjointedness from a mission. And if you are a mission-driven institution that's not following its mission, then you're done. You're fired. How are we not firing? Like, how is AAM not stepping up?
Well, Hannah, we know how, and this kind of brings us full circle back to AAM in 2015. After the rogue session, many of us on the Museum Workers Speak, OG crew had our wrists slapped by AAM because one of the kind of demands that came out of the rogue session was a call to change accreditation practices to reflect labor. But what we heard back from AAM about that demand was, well, if we de-accredited every museum that had, poor labor practices, then no museums would be accredited. And that's why we can't do it. So that's why, because museums are putting objects over people and putting, their existing power structures and their resources over people. Like that's the core of what we've seen in 2020 museums.
I mean, it's so much fire in all of this. Like it's the model of what museums do, right? It's like that idea of like preserving, hoarding, keeping things, it's just, we're seeing it play out over and over and over again. And it's sad.
So I want to make sure we get through our last question before we open it up to hopefully take some questions from the audience. And we kind of already dipped our toe into this, but if we can just kind of bring it all back full circle, what can mutual care look like? Kind of, this is like the big $1 million question, right? What are we doing beyond a mutual aid fund? What does mutual care look like?
I'll chime in, Christian, again. I guess the thing that from the listening session, what I really loved hearing was people just needing a community, right? They just need a place to kind of go, and a lot of ideas were swirling around, and I feel like that's kind of the space that we're able to fill, is that like being a gathering point or something along those lines. What does that look like? I don't know. Thinking back to even just like the very beginning of all of this, when we were just getting the like updating the Museum Workers Speak page, there was this idea of like having like a almost like a Craigslist-esque like section that's like side hustles for museum workers, because everyone has a life outside of their museum, and also like everyone's just always grinding, right? Especially because we don't get paid enough. So that's kind of the thing that I would love to see or figure out, is like, how can we support each other in more conversations, and I think that's even a big piece of it, is just like starting these baseline conversations about like, it's okay to be upset that you're not making enough money, and it's okay to want to like communicate these things, and we should know how much the person before me had in this job. Like those are all completely acceptable things, but we are in this culture where it's not allowed and it's frowned upon. So like, I think we need to create a baseline trust amongst our own colleagues in our organizations. And for myself, like I didn't come into museum work in a traditional sense. Like I was a studio person, and I didn't go to school for this. I don't have a master's degree. I don't have any of those things. So this was kind of the first way for me to kind of get comfortable in this, of understanding that like, oh, I do know all these things. I just didn't know the right words for it. I don't know that person, but I understand the concepts. So I think that that's something, coming back to Paula, what we talked about at the beginning too, of like one of the goals is political education. And I think that that's a big thing that we are able to fill, because I don't necessarily think that everyone knows that that's what this actually is or what it means. And in terms of like our big reach now, of all of our applicants coming from such different components of the museum, from facilities to security, we are able to expand out of just like education. I mean, that's where most of us are kind of grounded in, and that language is really kind of exclusionary, that we're not communicating in the same way. So that's kind of the space I feel like I can help fill, is that I'm just like those people. Like I don't necessarily know what I'm talking about, but I can help kind of guide or figure out. And with the support of all of you, which has been like such a joy in this COVID time when everything has been so hard and sucky. Our weekly meetings have really been the thing to like bring me back, that like we're doing something. So
I think we can open it up for questions now, right, Emma? If there are any questions by our audience, I think
Yeah.
that we've said our piece so far.
And what a piece it was. Thank you guys for such a enlightening panel discussion. I want to hear you talk all the time, always. And if you start a membership dues for Museum Workers Unite of the World, we will pay them. So keep that in mind. So we do have a few audience questions, although you've touched on a few of them in the chat. One of them was, have any museum organizations like AAM made formal statements in support of the Mutual Aid Fund? And I think I know the answer already.
This is Gwen. I think we were mentioned in a list on an AAM Future of Museums post of things that were happening, which came out after some spicy talk on Twitter. So that has been, I think, the only mention that I can recall from within an organization, but I'll rely on our collective memory as well.
Which is almost worse if you think about it. Like, okay, they've acknowledged that they know we exist, but they have expressed no interest in actually supporting our work in any way. Like, that's almost worse.
and no funds were donated, if I recall, as well.
Shocker, big shock.
I do want to give credit though to recently, I think going off those like spicy tweets was that Sierra reached out to me about trying to find a way to work together. I know someone else from New York State museum also reached out to me. So there are people out there who know that institutional support and I mean the money is one thing, but quite literally the infrastructure to be able to run this financially, like that skeleton that we need. So people know that they want to help. But I mean, I think this is more an indictment on how we have systems built that don't centered care, where it's like I had someone from a foundation say that, there was no conversation about how possibly their structure could accommodate our structure. It was just a blanket, no, we don't do that. So it's like that lack of imagination of like, how do we form, something? I mean, that's probably the unwillingness there, from places like AAM, because then they'd have to change in some way.
Yeah. And I think you've touched upon something really prescient and maybe forward thinking there, is that the longer that organizations like AAM or museums hold on to these old structures, there's not going to be anyone left, because museums are is the field that eats its young. And that's what we're seeing now in the course of this pandemic. There's hundreds of people who are graduating, Deaf Museums organizers included, from expensive master's programs with nowhere to go. And there's going to be no one left to uphold these tired, violent institutions. So they're digging their own grave by not being inventive and listening to collectives like Museum Workers Speak or the Emerging Artist Initiative or ICP Center Blackness Now. They're the ones who are going to lose out in the end by not listening. But I could wax poetic about this forever. We have another great question specifically about AAM. And it feels like we're crapping on AAM a lot, and that's not an accident. Deaf to Museums was actually founded as the anti-AAM. But the question we have here is, how can we demand action from AAM using our power and our money, or are they too far gone?
This is Kate. I mean, a boycott is always a possibility. It's always on the table, you know. I think there was some chatter in the chat about this, you know. I don't blame anyone for continuing to pay dues to AAM if they feel like they are still getting things out of that membership. But I think for a lot of us, as we discussed, we're just not seeing an institution that reflects our interest and that is protecting the workers of the field. So if that's what we're looking for, that's not the organization for us. And maybe it is time to create an alternative structure that serves museum worker interests.
Great answer. That's the answer I wanted to hear. And I think another key thing is putting our money to use and letting memberships run out, especially since a lot of the reasons that we're encouraged to sign up for AAM, for ICOM, for if you're part of collections and registration, you sign up for ARCs, is to get resources, is to get people's opinions. There's forums that you can enter. You can get documents and presentations from your colleagues. We don't need to pay dues to get that information. We have networks like this that we can help each other out, find resources. We have our found families. We don't need the powers that be accreditation giant to give us a behind a locked paywall the information that we need. I think we've moved far beyond that, and it's definitely time for something different. Again, I could talk forever about this, but I could answer a few more questions. Oh, Glenn, I see you wanted to say something?
Well, I was just gonna build on what you were saying, and that, you know, we all know the cost to attend an annual AAM conference is prohibitive. I mean, unless you have significant personal finances or you have an institution with deep professional development pockets to pay for that, which in the past I was very fortunate to have, it's completely unattainable. And, you know, on a level, I think we will also see institutional impacts financially to AAM as professional development budgets have been cut in many places. Like, I wonder from institutions if they will continue like passively to support AAM, because will they be able to send their remaining workers to future conferences whenever we can all gather in a single place. So I guess piggybacking on that is just to say thank you all again for the work that you're doing to start creating alternatives for us to come together and share our research and share our conversations and our ideas, because that is what, you know, the reason I would go to those sessions is to see our colleagues and meet new colleagues and get new ideas.
Our thoughts exactly. Oh, Alyssa, go ahead.
Oh, so I was just going to add that, you know, you mentioned, Emma, before our session started that, you know, Death to Museums came out of the UIC Museum Studies program. And the director of that program is my, you know, mentor and advisor as well. And one thing Therese Quinn would say to her students is that, you know, she's not preparing us for the positions in the field that already exist, but she's preparing us for positions that could exist in the future. You know, many of the UIC Museum Studies alumni don't work in museums right now, or didn't for many years. You know, I'm also a recovering museum worker. You know, many of the people I've known in museums over the past 10 years have left the field. And the greatest asset that the museum field has is the people. And, you know, we can't define museum workers by literal employment at a museum right now, or literal labor being performed unpaid for a museum right now. Like, being a museum worker means something else. And it's a network that we want to leverage no matter what our, you know, what we're being compensated for in the future. And I think that that's something that Museum Workers Speak can help build, is connecting recovering museum workers as well as those who still get a paycheck from a museum.
Absolutely. And you read my mind in terms of a broadening of a definition of what we mean by museum workers, because really we mean any aspect of culture work, whether that is a culturally specific institution that you work at a library, in an archive. If you're a conservator, you are a museum worker in some way. You contribute to the mass of culture that people take in. And you're right, museums are nothing without their workers. And I wish they would realize that before it is way too late. And something else you guys touched on is the nature of creating connections and found families with one another, which almost brought me to tears because it's real. And if AAM persists, really it's becoming evidently clear that their goal is to protect museums and not the individual. And the fact that organizations like Museum Workers Speak and so many mutual aid groups have come together to fill this void shows that we're here for one another. And I hope everyone watching knows that we are here for you regardless of where you are in your career, what kind of job you have. It's something that we can all take confidence in knowing that. So I hope that keeps people going even in times of strife and violence and sadness like this, is that we're all here for you. So on that note, unless there are any other concluding thoughts from our fantastic speakers, I think we are going to wrap up, but I'll open the floor again if you guys want to say any last words. Great, we will let you go. Thank you so much. This was a fantastic second session that we've had, and we're so happy that we could close it out with you guys. So we'll let you go, and thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Take
you so
care,
much.
everybody.
Thank you.
Okay. And we want to, of course, extend our thanks to everyone who stuck it out for the entirety of the conference. As a reminder, we do have an event afterwards, so please take a break, get some food. At 5 p.m. Central Time, we will have our happy hour, and you needed to sign up for a special ticket on our Eventbrite to be able to get access to that. But if you desperately want to attend and you couldn't nab a ticket, please reach out to us at deathtomuseums@gmail.com, and we'll send you the link to that. It's just going to be a little casual get together, and we hope some of the speakers can join us if they want to as well. But that is that for our September series. So thank you guys so much. Have an excellent day. And if we don't see you tonight, we will see you next month, first weekend of October. Bye, everybody.
Here we are.
Yay.
We did it.
So we live here now, right?